Chapter 4402. Deguzi and the others recalled the cultivation methods they had been cultivating during this period of time, and a bitter smile appeared on their faces. In the past, they would not even look at such a crude technique. Unfortunately, everything they had learned was useless in the world of the living. They had to start from scratch. If this was the world of the dead, it would be great. Li Cho muttered to herself. Then, she suddenly looked at Lady Li and squeezed out a smile. Mother, I will be cultivating in seclusion during this time. Don't mind me. Ah, yes. Lady Li was startled, then nodded. Li Cho cupped her fists at Ning Qi and left. She wasn't quite used to having a mother. She was not used to having such a low level of cultivation. After Hu Qingzi returned to the world of the living, her cultivation returned to normal. Naturally, she lost the ability to shapeshift. However, her current state of mind was not ordinary. She stood up and cupped her fists at Ning Qi. Then, she followed Li Cho and left. The master and disciple were fated to meet in the world of the living before recovering her memories. Naturally, she followed them closely. Young master, can I still call you the way I used to? Little Yu Er's eyes flashed as she looked at Ning Qi, revealing a pitiful expression. But now she was the same as Ning Qi. They were both 5 or 6 years old bodies with souls that had lived for who knows how many years. And, as usual, Ning Qi smiled. Madame Li gradually understood. Although she used to be just an ordinary peasant woman, her vision now was different from before. So there really is a world of the dead. That girl has recovered her memories before she reincarnated. AI. Lady Li sighed in her heart. She felt that she had lost something. Master, disciple is going to cultivate too. Deguzi cupped his fists and bowed. Go ahead. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Little Yu Er had just recovered her memories and wanted to stay with Ning Qi for a while. But when she thought of her cultivation, she felt helpless and left to cultivate too. Master, my girl, she... Lady Li wanted to say something, but stopped. She has recovered her memories, but the memories of these years have not disappeared. You are still her mother in this life. No one can change this. Ning Qi smiled. Madame Li breathed a sigh of relief, nodded slightly and left. Now, only Ning Qi and Ho Qing were left in the courtyard. I need spiritual qi. Go out and take a stroll. Mark down the places with the most spiritual qi. If there's anything rich in spiritual qi, bring it back. Ning Qi smiled at Ho Qing. Ho Qing nodded slightly, took a step forward, and disappeared from the Qin Tang Temple. He was at the form synthesis stage, so he could go further than Ning Qi and travel more conveniently in the cultivation world. With the exception of true immortals, even if they encountered existences of the same level, it would be very difficult for them to start a fight. Black Chu Country, capital city. The silk-robed eunuch led a group of elite imperial soldiers back to the capital, and then he went directly to the imperial palace. In the palace, a middle-aged man in a dragon robe was waiting with his hands behind his back. When the eunuch arrived, the middle-aged man turned to look at him. Where is the head of the king of Han? The eunuch in embroidered clothes knelt on the ground and then said in a low voice, "Reporting to your majesty, the king of Han escaped into a yellow stone village. There's a group of powerful cultivators there. Your servant is not their match, and even the demon pet was killed by them." A group of powerful cultivators? How is this possible? In the territory of Black Chu, only the Dragon Guard can cultivate cultivators. The middle-aged man's face showed a look of shock and anger. Although he wasn't a cultivator, his status was extraordinary. There was a tradition in Black Chu Country, or rather, it was the first emperor of Black Chu Country who found a secret immortal cave left by a cultivator. In that immortal cave, there was not only a cultivation method left by the cultivator, but also a kind of inheritance. That cultivator should be an evil cultivator. The cultivation method he left behind could allow people to absorb enough blood essence and raise their cultivation base to gold core in a short period of time. However, such a gold core cultivator would not have a long lifespan. Every year, they needed a lot of blood to maintain their cultivation base. If they stopped eating, their cultivation base would plummet and their lives would be in danger. After that generation of Black Chu country's emperor discovered the secret, he let this cultivation method and immortal cave be passed down in every generation of emperors. However, the gold core cultivator needed too much blood. Every time, only one person could cultivate to the gold core stage. The rest would at most be cultivated to the foundation establishment stage. And because they couldn't advance to the gold core stage, the foundation establishment cultivators cultivated this way had a shorter lifespan than ordinary people. For example, the eunuch in front of him would die of old age in about 10 years. However, the eunuch himself didn't know this. This secret would not be known to anyone except the previous emperor and the next emperor. The current gold core cultivator in the Dragon Guard sect was the previous emperor. His lifespan was only 10 or 20 years longer than ordinary people. It could be said that there was no difference. When his lifespan was about to end, he would pass on his cultivation base to the next emperor. It was like this in the past, and it was the same now. One of the most important reasons was that the demand for blood was huge, and it was easy to be discovered by righteous cultivators. This was the warning left by the owner of the immortal cave. Otherwise, with the national power of Black Chu country, it would be enough to support 3 to 5 similar gold core cultivators. It wouldn't be like now, where it was passed down from generation to generation. As a member of the royal family and the brother of the previous emperor, the Han King didn't know about the existence of the Dragon Guard sect. This showed how strict the information was usually. Unfortunately, this time, the Han King's attack was too fierce and Black Chu country had to reveal some of its strength. Your Majesty, it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. It's extremely powerful, probably comparable to the sect master. Not only that, there is a cultivator behind them. His cultivation base may be. The eunuch swallowed. It may be the legendary nascent soul cultivator. Nascent soul cultivator? The emperor was stunned, and then his face became extremely serious. You can leave first. Yes. The eunuch heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't expect to be punished. After all, this time the enemy couldn't fight at all. After the eunuch left, the emperor immediately rushed into the palace. Finally, he stopped in front of a courtyard. Usually, no one would go near this courtyard. Only a few eunuchs could go near it, including the eunuch in the brocade robe. The rest of the people in the palace didn't know why, but they only knew that if they went near this place without permission, not only would their property be confiscated, but their family would also be executed. No matter who it was, no one dared to go near this place. Father, the emperor bowed. Come in. Not long after, an old voice came from inside. The emperor walked into the courtyard and immediately saw an old man. The old man's aura seemed to be rotting at any time. Chapter 4403. Father. The Black Chu emperor stood respectfully in front of the old man. I heard that you attacked King Han. The old man said lightly. The Black Chu emperor was silent for a few seconds and nodded slightly. My younger brother is much younger than me. Your grandfather has loved him since he was a child. Unfortunately, his personality is not suitable for inheriting the cultivation method. In the end, I, the eldest prince, who is not loved by your grandfather, inherited the throne of Black Chu, the old man slowly said. At this point, he paused and looked at the Black Chu emperor indifferently. But he is still my younger brother. With his strength, it is impossible for him to endanger your throne. Don't harm his life, understand? The Black Chu emperor was stunned for a moment and then quickly nodded. I understand. In his heart, however, he thought that his father was really reaching the end of his lifespan for him to suddenly become so compassionate. Father, I'm not here for King Han, but for something else. The Black Chu emperor whispered. What is it? Tell me. I can still live for a few more years. You can solve these things yourself in the future. The old man said lightly. The Black Chu Emperor's eyes flashed with surprise. So, in a few years, he could inherit his father's cultivation level and become a legendary golden core cultivator? He couldn't help but feel excited when he thought about how he could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. After muttering to himself for a few breaths and organizing his words, the Black Chu Emperor said in a low voice, "Some time ago, when the king of Han attacked the capital, I had the disciples of the Dragon Guard sect take action. As expected, the king of Han's army was directly scattered and routed all the way to a small village on the border of our Black Chu Empire. But I didn't expect there to be cultivators in this village. The disciples of the Dragon Guard sect were no match for those cultivators. One of them is suspected to be a nascent soul cultivator." The old man was startled, and then he suddenly looked at the Emperor of Black Chu Nation. His turbid eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light. "He's lying to me. How could he only live for 2 or 3 years?" The Black Chu Emperor was startled. "You mean a nascent soul cultivator?" The old man narrowed his eyes. "Our Black Chu royal family has cultivated the secret method for many years and has never encountered a cultivator in the cultivation world. Is what you just said true? There are traces of cultivators in our Black Chu Nation?" "Father, this matter is absolutely true." The Black Chu Emperor hurriedly dispelled the messy thoughts in his mind. The old man was silent for a few breaths. Then he said in a deep voice, "Do you know what use orthodox cultivation methods have for us?" "Father, are you thinking—" "But they might have a nascent soul cultivator. We're no match for them." Black Chu Emperor said in a low voice, "You idiot, you still want to use force? Immediately go and reconcile with the King of Han, and then see if there is a chance to see that nascent soul almighty cultivator. Even if you don't see him, it doesn't matter. There are other cultivators, right? Acknowledging them as masters is the same. As long as we obtain their inheritance, we will be able to live for hundreds or even thousands of years like ordinary cultivators." The old man shouted coldly. His lifespan was indeed about to run out, but it wasn't just 2 or 3 years. He still had more than 10 years left. These 10 years might be a very long time for ordinary mortals. But for cultivators, a single session of secluded meditation would last several months. How long could a dozen years be? In order not to die too early, he didn't dare to meditate during this period of time. He greedily enjoyed the air of the living world. Now that there was an opportunity to increase his lifespan in front of him, he would never miss it. Reconcile with the King of Han? Acknowledge him as a master? The Black Chu Emperor didn't expect that his father would have such an idea. What are you waiting for? If you do this well, you won't need to cultivate my cultivation method. In the future, you can sit on the throne for 100 years. The old man shouted coldly. "Yes, father." The Black Chu Emperor quickly nodded. "I will do it now." After saying that, he turned and left. "Wait. Don't reveal the cultivation method of our royal family. If they know that our cultivation method requires countless blood and flesh, I'm afraid they will treat us as demonic cultivators and kill us." The old man suddenly said, "Yes, father." The Black Chu Emperor was startled and then nodded slightly. After walking out of the courtyard, his face suddenly became very ugly. He was just a mortal now, and he still hoped that his father would give him cultivation before he died. That way he could instantly become a golden body with the help of a secret method. But if his father found other cultivation methods to prolong his lifespan, he wouldn't be able to get the cultivation method. In fact, his father might even take back his throne, want him to cultivate slowly, start from the qi refining stage. He couldn't do it. He had been looking forward to the golden core stage for many years. How could he be willing? "I'm just a mortal now. What should I do to get father's cultivation?" The Black Chu Emperor secretly calculated in his heart. Force him? Impossible. His current status and power were all bestowed by his father. With his father's strength, he could take it back at any time. Now I can only borrow strength to fight strength. If I can borrow the strength of Huangshi village to force the old thing to impart his cultivation method to me. Back in the study, the Black Chu Emperor's mind was turning quickly, but he still couldn't think of a safe way. Suddenly, the Black Chu Emperor had a thought, and his eyes slightly lit up. "Come in." "Your Majesty." The eunuch in embroidered clothes hurriedly came in. "Get ready. I'm going to Huangshi village in person," the Black Chu Emperor said lightly. "What?" The eunuch was stunned for a moment, and his face quickly revealed an anxious expression. "Your Majesty, you have a body of 10,000 gold. You can't put yourself in danger. It's because I have a body of 10,000 gold that I'm going to Huangshi village with full sincerity. Don't ask anything else. Get ready," the Black Chu Emperor said lightly. "Yes." The eunuch hurriedly nodded and didn't dare to ask more. Although he was a little worried, he was just a servant and couldn't change his master's mind. Huangshi village. "Princess, are you really going to Qin Tang Temple? Didn't the seniors of Xiantian sect say not to disturb that person if there's nothing important?" Lin Xianqiu whispered. Not far in front of him, the princess was dressed in a tight outfit and planned to go to Qin Tang Temple alone. "General Lin, I want to try again. I can't stay in Huangshi village for the rest of my life." The princess smiled. "Princess, let me go with you," Lin Xianqiu said. "No need. I'm going to find a master. If I need someone to accompany me, I'm not sincere." The princess shook her head slightly. Lin Xianqiu could only watch her enter the mountain alone and disappear into the wilderness. Chapter 4404. The Qin Tang Temple was deep in the mountain forest. For the villagers of Huangshi village, who were used to the mountain road, it took a lot of hard work to go to the Qin Tang Temple, not to mention the princess with a precious body. At first, Qinling walked quite steadily, but as time went by, her breath became a little unstable, and finally she was sweating. Occasionally, if there was movement in the mountain forest, it would make her feel a little scared. Gradually, she walked from sunrise to sunset. At night, the mountain road was more difficult to walk. Qinling tried her best to find a place with a higher elevation. She glanced in the direction of Qin Tang Temple. There was still a long way to go. If she stayed on the mountain for one night, she might not be able to arrive before dark the next day. Qinling finally chose to continue her journey. Qin Tang Temple. Under the moonlight, little Yu stood in the void, looking at the figure in the mountain. "A little guy, brother, do you think the young master will accept her?" Little Yu said to the Guzi beside her. "Not necessarily. How can we predict what the master will do?" Deguzi smiled and shook his head. "This is also true. This mountain road is difficult to walk. I think she is just an ordinary person. It is better to help her." Little Yu said, "Then you go." Deguzi smiled and nodded. Hiss, hiss, hiss. When Qinling passed a big tree, a strange sound suddenly came from the top of her head. At the same time, she felt an inexplicable chill on her neck, as if something was already very close to her. Qinling's body was slightly stiff. She did not panic, but calmly remained motionless. But the chill behind her did not disappear because she was motionless, but it was closing in inch by inch. It should be a snake. Qinling had a judgment in her heart. She also learned some self-defense skills, although it was not much, but at this time it could come in handy. Qinling slowly held the dagger at her waist, turned around in an instant, and waved it. As a result, she was scared. It was clearly a giant python, not the snake she imagined at all. The head of the giant python was as big as her head. It was face to face with her, only a few inches away, and the scarlet tongue in its mouth was swaying, almost touching her cheek. Its emerald eyes were emotionless. In the next moment, the giant python moved and was about to lock onto Qinling. Qinling felt weak all over. Just as she was about to be locked down by the python, a cold light flashed across her eyes. The python's head separated from its body and fell to the ground. The fresh and warm blood splashed on Chunling's face, making her dumbstruck and unable to come back to her senses for a long time. Although there are no monsters in this mountain, it is still very easy for you to encounter danger if you travel alone. Little you, smiled faintly. Chunling twisted her neck stiffly. When she saw little you, she immediately heaved a sigh of relief. She quickly cupped her fists and bowed. Thank you for saving my life, little deity. We've met last time, haven't we, your grace? Little you, smiled faintly. Chunling hurriedly nodded, but she felt that it was a little strange. Little you, words this time seemed to be very different from the last time, a little like, right. He looked a bit like the abbot of Chin Tang Temple. They all looked to be 5 or 6 years old, but the way they spoke was unusually mature. You don't have to call me princess. I'm Chunling, Chunling said. Then you don't have to call me little deity either. With my current cultivation, I don't deserve the word deity. My name is Little You. You can call me Sister You. Little You smiled. Sister You Chunling was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted. Could it be that the age of the person in front of me doesn't match her appearance? This is a senior who has lived for many years, and it's only because she has the art of immortal cultivation that she can maintain her appearance? Thinking of this, Chunling hurriedly said, Sister You Little You nodded in satisfaction. I know you're going to the Chin Tang Temple. I'll bring you there. Thank you, Sister You. Chunling's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. The next moment, she felt her body suddenly become light, and the scene in front of her changed. Then she was in the sky, stepping on the clouds. The art of cloud riding. My cultivation is still not enough, so my speed is still a little slow. Little You sighed softly, thinking back to her cultivation and methods in the underworld. The current her was as weak as an ant. Unfortunately, there was no other way. She could only continue to cultivate slowly. Fortunately, she had countless years of memory. Even if the cultivation experience in the underworld was useless in the Yang world, she could still draw inferences. Simply put, after she, Deguzi Li Chou, and Hu Qingzi recovered their memory, their perception should be the best in the world. Chunling immediately believed it. She thought she could experience the feeling of riding the clouds, but in the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of the Taoist temple. This speed is still a little slow. If I go to the capital, wouldn't I be able to arrive in a cup of tea time? Chunling was shocked. The methods of the cultivators were really powerful. I'll go and tell the young master you wait here. Bringing Chunling to the courtyard where Ning Qi was, Little You said something and walked into the courtyard. But after a while, she walked out with a strange expression. Chunling was a little nervous. The young master doesn't want to see you, but he said that if you want to stay in the Chin Tang Temple, you can also worship us as your master. Little You said. Chunling was stunned. The other side didn't want to accept her as a disciple, but allowed her to stay in the Chin Tang Temple and worship Little You. And others as her master? She immediately came to her senses. Not only was she not disappointed, but she was pleasantly surprised. She didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Sister You, can I worship you as my master? Chunling said quickly, I didn't want to accept a disciple, but you are the first person in the Yang world to call me Sister You. I can teach you cultivation. It's a pity that you don't have a spiritual root. You may not reach a high realm in this life, but it's easy to ride the clouds. Little You said with a smile. While speaking, she sighed softly. I don't know where Linger is now. Sister You, I'm here. Chunling said in surprise. Oh, I'm not talking about you. Little You, smiled and shook her head. Zhuiling. I had also reincarnated into the Yang realm with her. But the territory of the Yang realm was vast, and it would probably be extremely difficult to find Zhuiling, in the boundless sea of people. She could only wait until her cultivation was profound before she could give it a try. The next day, Chunling worshipped little Yu, as her master under the witness of others. Who? Qingzi was the happiest. So she had another junior sister of the same generation. Little Yu also specially went to Huangshe village to inform Qinshua and the others. Qinshua and the others were naturally overjoyed when they learned that Qinling had successfully stayed in the Qin Tang temple. But after a few days of joy, they saw a large army outside Huangshe village. The flag in the middle of the army made them secretly apprehensive. That was the dragon flag. Only the emperor himself could raise the dragon flag. Chapter 4405. Your Highness, that person from the capital has personally come. Lin Xianqiu stood behind Qinshua with a solemn expression. Apart from him, Qinshua still had 2 generals and hundreds of Han Dragon Army soldiers. When they heard the commotion, they all rushed over and stood behind Qinshua. The villagers of Huangshe village looked around curiously, but there was no trace of worry on their faces. They now understood that this place was inhabited by immortals. The power of mortals couldn't affect this place at all. Black Heaven Sect. Sect Master, should we ignore them? The Black Heaven Sect Master looked outside and shook his head. As long as they didn't cause trouble, there was no need to pay too much attention. However, if they did, these mortals could be killed in an instant. The army quickly stopped outside of Huangshe village and split into 2 sides. A figure dressed in bright yellow clothes slowly walked to the front. When he saw Han King Qinshua in the distance, he cupped his fists and smiled. 13th Imperial Uncle. Han Emperor Qinshua coldly looked at Black Chu's emperor. You still call me uncle? My life is cheap and I don't deserve this title. Your Majesty, please take it back. Black Chu's emperor was startled and then squeezed out a smile. 13th Uncle, are you still angry with me? Actually, I didn't want to see this happen from beginning to end. I have to listen to my father's orders. I can't disobey my father's orders. You mean to say that Big Brother told you to do this? Qinshua slightly frowned, but his eyes still flickered with coldness. He didn't believe Black Chu's emperor's words. If his big brother wanted to kill him, he would have done so long ago when he was still on the throne. Why would he only order his nephew to kill him after he abdicated? This matter can't be explained in a short time. I want to see the immortal here. There is a matter that concerns the fate of Black Chu that I need to report to the immortal here. Black Chu's emperor said, I knew you didn't come here with good intentions. You want to see the immortal here? Dream on. Qinshua laughed coldly. Presently, I'm no longer the king of Han, and I only have these personal attendants by my side. They're utterly unable to threaten your throne. There's no need for you to be overbearing and refuse to let me go. Return to your palace and properly sit on your throne. How dare you speak to His Majesty like this? The embroidered, robed eunuch shouted in a low voice. What? Can't wait to stand up for your master? Come in and give it a try. Qinshua smiled faintly. The embroidered clothed eunuch was slightly startled. He subconsciously cast a glance toward the Taoist temple in the depths of Huangshe village. His heart shivered, and then he shut his mouth. A trace of resentment flashed in the depths of the Black Chu Emperor's eyes, but he then squeezed out a smile and said, 13th Uncle, now is not the time to be impulsive. There are some misunderstandings. You will understand after I explain the situation to the immortal. Aren't you curious about how some innocent people have gone missing? I know the truth, but I need to tell this to you, personally. Qinshua was slightly startled. Lin Xianqiu and the others were also surprised. Regarding the disappearance of the commoners, they did know a thing or two. They had also been requested to investigate. However, they had not been able to find any clues. Why would the Emperor mention this matter? Emperor, why do you know about the disappearance of the commoners? There is no need for this kind of thing to be presented to you, right? Chun Shua said solemnly. About this matter, as long as I see the immortal elder, I will explain everything in detail. 13th uncle, this matter concerns the safety of the commoners. I hope 13th uncle can temporarily forget about the dispute between us. The Black Chu Emperor said solemnly. A trace of hesitation appeared on Qin Shua's face. Lin Xianqiu said in a low voice, Your Highness, you can't. If his purpose is to attack us, Chanling has already been accepted as a disciple by the immortal in the mountain. Would he dare? Qin Shua smiled and glanced at the Black Chu Emperor. The Black Chu Emperor was indeed startled when he heard this. A trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes, but he tried his best to remain calm so that his expression did not change too much. He did not expect this change, but it had nothing to do with his plan. At most, he would not be able to attack Qin Shua in the future. However, his purpose was to protect his throne. I will go ask the immortal of the Black Heaven sect. You wait here for a while. Qin Shua said indifferently. After saying this, he turned around and left. The Black Chu Emperor stood in place and did not move. He stared at Qin Shua's back. Your Highness, what are we doing this time? The eunuch felt something was wrong. Wasn't the disappearance of the commoners the reason for protecting the Dragon Gate? You don't need to care about some things. You only need to know that you will be loyal to me in this life. The Black Chu Emperor said indifferently. The eunuch hurriedly knelt on the ground. Your Highness, I entered the palace at a young age. Without your help, I would not have today's achievements. Naturally, I will be loyal to your Highness. Very good. The Black Chu Emperor smiled gloomily. Black Heaven Sect. Immortal. Chen Shua arrived at the Black Heaven Sect's gate and Ling Han came out to receive him. Because Black Heaven Sect knew that Chen Shua's daughter stayed in the Qin Tang Temple, their attitude towards Qin Shua had changed. Han King, there is no need to call me immortal. My name is Ling Han. Just call me by my name. Ling Han smiled. Immortal Ling, it's like this. Qin Shua explained the situation. Of course, he did not call the other's name. Facing such an existence, he still had to be respectful. The Black Chu Emperor wants to see us? Innocent people disappeared inexplicably and he knows the truth? Ling Han's eyes narrowed slightly, then nodded. Han King, let him come. However, Yellowstone Village is small, so he can come alone. The rest of you, stay outside the village. Chapter 4406. Okay. Qin Shua immediately nodded, then glanced at Lin Xianqiu. Lin Xianqiu immediately turned and left, arriving at the village entrance. He looked at the emperor and said indifferently, The immortal agreed, but only you can come in. Everyone had already shed all pretense of cordiality, so he naturally wouldn't give the emperor a good look. The emperor was startled. Your Majesty, no. The eunuch immediately said, If you don't have the guts, then don't come in. Lin Xianqiu said indifferently. The emperor smiled and said to the eunuch, You came back alive last time. Are you still afraid that the immortal will attack an ordinary person like me? You wait here. I'll go in and pay my respects to the immortal. Then, the Black Chu Emperor leisurely entered Huangshe village without the slightest trace of fear on his face. Along the way, many villagers of Huangshe village were staring at the Chu Emperor. Village chief, is that really the Emperor of Black Chu? A villager stood behind the village chief, secretly shocked. Yes. The village chief nodded slowly, his eyes revealing a touch of joy. The Emperor's personal visit to Huangshe village would be written in the village annals, bringing honor to the ancestors. Moreover, there were mortals living in Huangshe village now. The village chief felt that it wouldn't be long before true immortals appeared in Huangshe village besides Li Chou. Not long after, the emperor arrived at Black Heaven Gate. When he saw Ling Han, he immediately stepped forward and saluted. Chen Yu greets the immortal. I heard that you have something to tell us. You can say it now. Ling Han said indifferently. The emperor was startled, then shook his head slightly. This matter has to be told to the one in the mountain. Please don't take it to heart, immortal. The one in the mountain. Ling Han frowned slightly. Emperor, what do you want to do? If you want to plot against the one in the mountain, you don't have to. You're just a mortal. Don't harm your own life. Qin Shua snorted coldly. 13th uncle, this matter is actually related to our imperial family as well. Those missing commoners were all captured by people sent by my imperial father. My imperial father is currently cultivating a type of evil technique and wants to slaughter many innocent living beings. If we don't inform that person in the mountain about this matter, then if it brings calamity in the future, our Qin clan will definitely be annihilated, the Black Chu Emperor said with a solemn expression. What, cultivating evil arts? Qin Shua stared blankly for a moment, then suddenly remembered the eunuch and what had happened outside the capital. Everything made sense now. It turned out that his big brother was also a cultivator. Ling Han was more sensitive to the word evil arts, and when he heard this, he instantly frowned. He did not know what kind of nature that person in the mountain was, but it seemed that he should be a cultivator of the righteous path, and righteous cultivators hated demons who cultivated evil arts to the bone. Is what you said true? If there's even the slightest bit of deceit, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep your life. Ling Han said solemnly, It's absolutely true. However, there are some details that I can only discuss with that person in the mountain. This matter involves a lot of things. My father's cultivation level has long since reached the gold core stage. The Black Chu Emperor said in a deep voice, Golden core. The sect master of the mysterious heaven sect slowly walked out and frowned. There are really golden core cultivators in Hei Chu. The Emperor of Black Chu Nation glanced at the Black Heaven sect master, and his expression became even more respectful. This was because the other party's aura was even stronger than his father's. A gold core evil cultivator? Can you guarantee that everything you said is true? The Profound Heaven sect master said coldly. Every word is true. The Black Chu Emperor nodded. All right, I'll personally bring you up the mountain. The Profound Heaven sect master said calmly. Qin Shua hurriedly said, Sect master, I also want to go up the mountain to see Qinling, all right. The Black Heaven sect master nodded slightly. With a wave of his hand, he soared into the sky with Qin Shua and Hei Chu's emperor and flew toward the Qin Tang Temple. But, interesting, within a few breaths, the three of them appeared in front of the Qin Tang Temple. Two figures suddenly appeared in front of the gate. They were clad in black armor and emitted a heart-palpitating aura. The Black Chu Emperor was startled when he saw the two bronze-armored corpses. Something was not right. The auras of these two people didn't seem to match this peaceful Taoist temple at all. Black Chu Emperor suddenly had an ominous premonition. Gentlemen, I am the sect master of the Black Heaven sect. I would like to see the temple master. The Xiantian sect master bowed. He didn't know that these two were just unconscious bronze-armored corpses. A figure walked out of the temple. Deguzi glanced at the crowd, and when he saw Qin Shua, he nodded slightly. Qin Shua was flattered and hurriedly bowed. What business do you have here? Deguzi asked. The Xiantian sect master explained the situation. You're the Black Chu Emperor? Deguzi looked at him up and down, then said calmly, Come with me, but I can't guarantee that master will see you. The Black Chu Emperor breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly followed the crowd into the Taoist temple. Not long after, the crowd stopped in front of a single courtyard. Master, Black Chu Emperor Qin, you requests an audience. Deguzi cupped his fists and bowed. After a few breaths, Ning Qi slowly walked out of the courtyard. At this moment, a figure broke through the sky and landed in the courtyard. Master, I've marked the places with spirit qi in the jade slip. Ho Qing walked up to Ning Qi and handed him a jade slip. The The Xiantian sect master was startled and subconsciously sensed Ho Qing's aura. As a result, he spat out a mouthful of blood. In an instant, he felt like he was in the underworld. Just like that, the hair on his body stood on end, and drops of cold sweat seeped out. So strong! The Xiantian sect master hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to look at Ho Qing. Ho Qing glanced at him, snorted, and did not speak. This unforeseen event made Qin Shuo and the Black Chu Emperor shudder with fear. What was going on? Ning Qi took the jade slip and glanced at it. The markings inside were very detailed. Sure enough, it was efficient to let a Dao integration cultivator do things. After putting away the jade slip, Ning Qi looked at the Black Chu Emperor. What do you want to tell me? The Black Chu Emperor hurriedly explained the matter in detail. The more Qin Shuo listened, the more shocked he became. So the Black Chu nation had cultivators a long time ago, but they had always been passed down among the emperors? According to the Black Chu Emperor, he was the kind of filial son who couldn't bear to see his father cultivate an evil cultivation method and a benevolent ruler who couldn't bear to see the common people being used as food. However, because he didn't have a cultivation base and was powerless to resist, he had delayed until today. After learning that there were traces of immortals in Huangshe village, he immediately came here, intending to put righteousness before family and think for the common people of the Black Chu nation. Big brother, do you really use humans as food? Chen Shuo asked slowly, a trace of disbelief in his eyes. 13th uncle, it's absolutely true. I came here today after thinking for a long time. The Black Chu Emperor said slowly. Chapter 4407. Master, look. According to his description, his father should be an evil cultivator. The Black Heaven sect master looked at Ning Qi and cupped his fists respectfully. What are you trying to achieve by placing righteousness before family? Ning Qi looked at Black Chu's emperor and smiled. Purpose. Black Chu's emperor was slightly taken aback. He immediately knelt on the ground and said sincerely, Immortal Elder, Qin Yu never had any selfish intentions. I just couldn't bear to see the common people suffer. Immortal Elder, please understand. Ning Qi smiled. He didn't believe the other party's words at all. However, he couldn't figure out why the other party had such a move. He didn't know what the other party's true intention was for now. Just as Ning Qi was about to ask Ho Qing to go, a voice suddenly came from outside. Senior brother Zhou Tong, Senior Bai, it's here. Look at the two at the door. They're bronze-armored corpses. Following this voice, a voice rang out. There was another loud noise. Then, the two bronze-armored corpses flew into the air and landed in front of everyone. Their bodies were still emitting white smoke. Then, they turned into sand and became a pile of ashes. The Black Heaven sect master, Black Chu's emperor, Qin Shuo, and the others were all stunned by this turn of events. Was there an enemy at the door? Little Yu, Li Chou, Hu Qingzi, Madame Li, Chen Ling, and the others heard the noise and ran out of the inner courtyard. Then, 3 figures slowly walked in from outside the door. As soon as Feng Wu saw Ning Qi, a sneer flashed in her eyes. You didn't expect me to invite the senior from the Moke mountain range, did you? Your 2 bronze-armored corpses really couldn't withstand a single blow from the senior. Martial Uncle Bai still had some thunder energy left in his body. It was obvious that he was the one who killed the 2 bronze-armored corpses. Martial Uncle Bai's gaze fell on Ning Qi, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Zhou Tong glanced at the people present and couldn't help but flash a trace of contempt in his eyes. These people's cultivation levels weren't high. In next to no time, when his gaze descended onto Ho Qing, he was instantly stunned, and he stammered, Grand, 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 Grand Martial Uncle? What are you talking about? Martial Uncle Bai glanced at Zhou Tong. And Martial Uncle Bai, eldest Master Uncle, is here too. Zhou Tong quickly said, Eldest Martial Uncle? Senior Uncle Bai finally saw Ho Qing, and upon seeing him, he broke out in cold sweat and immediately cupped his fists and bowed. Bai Yu greets eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother? Could it be? Feng Wu's eyes flashed with shock, which was quickly followed by ecstasy. The person who could make Bai Yu act so respectfully in the Moke mountain range was most likely the person they had talked about on the way here. Aside from Jiang Jinxian, Ho Qing was the strongest person in the Moke mountain range. Ho Qing still had his memories, so when he saw Bai Yu and Zhou Tong, he revealed a smile. "What are you guys doing here?" The Black Heaven sect master and the others were stunned. So the enemy was this person's junior brother? But this person had just addressed the temple master of Qintang Monastery as Lord. Bai Yu quickly explained the matter. Ho Qing smiled and turned to Feng Wu. "Did you come all the way to Moke Mountains just because you thought it was a den of demons? You want to slay demons? Senior, if I can slay demons and devils, I won't be afraid, no matter how far the journey is." Feng Wu cupped her fists respectfully. "Lord," she said, "you're a demon. How should we deal with her?" Ho Qing smiled and looked at Ningqi. Feng Wu's expression immediately froze. Bai Yu and Zhou Tong were in disbelief. "Lord, the strongest person in the Moke Mountains under Jiang Jinxian was addressing the temple master as Lord? Is he also a true immortal?" Bai Yu's face suddenly paled. His body swayed and he almost fell to the ground. Zhou Tong had obviously thought of this as well. His face turned even paler. He was the one who brought Feng Wu into the Moke Mountains. Now, Bai Yu had actually turned the two zombies guarding the gate into ashes. Didn't that mean, kill her? She has a youngling Phoenix Academy under her command. You can go there with her. Su Han smiled. All right. Ho Qing nodded. Feng Wu's face was filled with fear. No, something must have gone wrong. This is a misunderstanding. She was terrified. How could the temple master of this place have such a relationship with the eldest senior brother of Moke Mountains? If she had known earlier, she would not have brought about her own destruction. At this moment, she was filled with regret. If she had not been unwilling to be humiliated that day, if she had swallowed her anger with Li Xinyu and the others, today would not have been like this. Now you realize it's a misunderstanding? It's too late. Ho Qing smiled and shook his head. He then said to Bai Yu, "You do it." Yes, eldest senior brother. Bai Yu quickly nodded and calmed himself down. He then stared at Feng Wu with anger flashing in his eyes. Senior Bai, wait. Feng Wu quickly raised her hand. Die. Bai Yu snorted in his heart. He raised his hand and released a lightning palm. He had just used this move to kill the two bronze armored corpses. Feng Wu did not even have time to react and was directly turned into charcoal by the lightning palm. Seeing this scene, the sect master of the Black Heaven sect could not help but show a trace of fear. Feng Wu was a nascent soul stage cultivator. If she died just like that, then Bai Yu's strength. Thinking of Bai Yu's strength and Ho Qing's strength, the sect master of the Black Heaven sect's legs immediately turned to jelly. Chapter 4408. Son, Senior, I was tricked by this woman and had a misunderstanding. I killed 2 of your bronze-armored corpses. I am willing to compensate you. Please forgive me. After killing Feng Wu, Bai Yu immediately cupped his fists and bowed to Ningqi. They were in charge of guarding the door here. Since you killed them, it's your turn to guard the door. Ningqi smiled. Bai Yu was startled and immediately nodded. Senior is right. He heaved a sigh of relief. It was just guarding the door. He did not lose anything. At most, it would take some time. Hopefully, the other party would let him go after he calmed down. Make a trip to the Young Phoenix Academy. Ho Qing looked at Zhang Tong. Yes, Uncle Master. Zhang Tong quickly nodded. The Young Phoenix Academy is gone. The Mystic Heaven sect master thought to himself. Then Ningqi told Ho Qing to bring the Black Chu Emperor back to the capital and see if he was telling the truth. Before the Black Chu Emperor could react, Ho Qing grabbed him and disappeared into the sky. Ning Qi went to the places marked by Ho Qing, and sure enough, he got a lot of aura value. His aura value was constantly rising. It would not be long before he had enough spirit qi to advance to the soul formation stage. If he went to all the places marked by Ho Qing, he might have enough spirit qi to advance to the unification stage. Big Pockmark Zhang, you've gained a lot on Black Swamp Island. You'll make a lot of money when you sell these little guys with spirit roots. Me? Aren't you the same? Let me see how many people you've gathered this time. Ha! Over 100 people. You've been to quite a lot. Those fools are so stupid. They were so happy when I told them I was bringing their children to cultivate. They even gave me a lot of pure gold. At a certain port, 2 Foundation establishment cultivators stood on the deck of 2 huge ships that were preparing to depart. They were conversing through the air. The content of their conversation immediately attracted the attention of Ning Qi, who happened to pass by. Ning Qi moved his mind and quietly came to the sky above the 2 of them. Then the immortal Qi in his eyes gathered, and he glanced at the 2 giant ships. Apart from some guards, the 2 ships were carrying many children of similar age. Sigh, it's a pity that we don't have enough strength. Otherwise, we could raise these children ourselves. Why would we need to sell them to others? Big Pockmark Zhang, you're being too greedy. How much pure gold does it take to raise a cultivator? Selling them is the best choice. This little baby is worth 10,000 pure gold. 6 years ago was also strange. So many children were born at once, and most of these children had spirit roots. When Ning Qi heard this, he immediately revealed himself and smiled at the 2. These children on your ship were all born on the same day, month, and year, right? Where did you come from, little fellow? Big Pockmark Zhang was stunned. The other person reacted extremely quickly, cupping his fists and saying, Zhou pays respect to senior. What kind of joke was this? The other party had approached them so easily without them noticing. Moreover, he was standing in the void in the form of a child. This was definitely a senior. Even if he wasn't a nascent soul cultivator, he was at least a gold core cultivator. Big Pockmark Zhang finally reacted, and a wisp of bewilderment and surprise appeared on his face. Are you human traffickers? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Human traffickers? Zhou Jio was stunned. Then he hurriedly waved his hand. Senior, please don't misunderstand. We're not human traffickers. We're just middlemen at most. These children all have spirit roots. We don't have the ability to raise them, so we'll send them to other sects with the ability to raise them for a certain price. In the future, when they embark on the path to immortality, they'll naturally find their way home. Big Pockmark Zhang nodded repeatedly. During this period of time, they had also encountered similar cultivators who asked similar questions. However, they were not afraid because they really hadn't done anything evil. All they could say was that when they were looking for these little babies with spirit roots, there were some truths that they didn't tell their families. However, in the end, these little babies would all enter various large sects, and they would earn some hard-earned money. Ning Qi smiled, and the Buddhist beads between his brows suddenly appeared. In an instant, it enveloped the surrounding sea. Before Big Pockmark Zhang and Zhou Jio could react, they felt that their surroundings had changed into a different scene. Before they could react, their surroundings returned to normal. The 2 of them looked at Ning Qi with a hint of respect. Although they didn't understand what he had just done, they knew that it was a terrifying immortal technique. As expected, it's not that easy. Ning Qi sighed in his heart. Just now, he had used the shard of the nether world to help these children regain their memories. However, he didn't know any of them in the nether world. Then he withdrew his mystical ability and sealed their memories. Although they might not be able to break this seal in their lives, as long as one of them could cultivate to the soul formation realm, they would regain their memories. Without Ning Qi's technique, even if they became true immortals, they might not be able to remember what happened in the nether world. I have a deal that I plan to work with you. Can you make the decision? If you can't make the decision, take me to someone who can. Ning Qi looked at the two of them and smiled faintly. A deal? Zhou Jiu and Big Pockmark Zhang immediately revealed a smile. So he wanted these children with spirit roots too. If Senior takes a liking to any of the little babies on the boat, it's their fortune. How would I dare to take your pure gold? Senior, feel free to take them away, Zhou Jiu said sensibly. You've misunderstood. Bring me to someone who can make the decision. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Zhou Jiu was stunned, then nodded slightly. Senior, please board the boat. Wait, Senior. Come to my Black Swamp Island. Big Pockmark Zhang hurriedly said. Don't worry, I'll go to both places. Ning Qi landed in front of Zhou Jiu and smiled faintly at Big Pockmark Zhang. Zhou Jiu's eyes flashed with pride. He glanced at Big Pockmark Zhang, then shouted, Let's go! The warship rode the wind and the waves. With the support of the formation, their speed was extremely fast. However, compared to riding on the clouds, it was still a bit of a stretch. It was just that this way was safer and more low-key. Otherwise, if they were to bring so many children with spiritual roots and were to be robbed midway, their efforts for the past month would be in vain. Not long after, the huge warship arrived in front of a small island. There were already people waiting on the island. When one of them saw Ning Qi beside Zhou Jiu, his eyes lit up. This child has bright eyes and an extraordinary aura. He must be a good seedling. Why don't we keep him for ourselves on Stone River Island? That's fine. We've accumulated quite a lot of pure gold over the years. The other person nodded slightly. Then the two of them rose into the air and came before Zhou Jiu. They laughed and said, Zhou Jiu, you've worked hard this time. We'll keep the child beside you. Zhou Jiu said awkwardly, You too, this is a senior, not one of the little babies I gathered. Senior? What senior? The two of them were stunned. Then they gasped inwardly and finally reacted. I have something to discuss with your island master. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Chapter 4409. Ishikawa Island was one of the few islands in the sea ruled by cultivators. There were millions of ordinary fishermen on the island, and it was very large. Ning Qi followed Zhou Jiu and the other two to the island lord mansion, and met the island lord, Li Shichuan. Li Shichuan was a golden core cultivator. When he saw Ning Qi, he was shocked by the aura Ning Qi released on purpose. He didn't dare to be careless. Senior Beixian, are you saying that we have to let you check all the young men with spirit roots we find on Ishikawa Island in the future? Li Shichuan thought he had heard wrong, so he confirmed again. Ning Qi nodded. This is a deal. As long as you can fulfill my request, I will give you some benefits. For example, I can help you if you encounter a strong enemy. Li Shichuan immediately saw Ning Qi as a senior who was about to take in a disciple. These seniors were very strict when it came to taking in disciples because they would pass down their true inheritance. Therefore, ordinary young men with spirit roots were not worth their attention. Senior Beixian, that's not a problem at all. Li Shichuan said immediately, How many people do business like you? Give me a list. Ning Qi smiled. Li Shichuan was startled and hesitated for a while. Then he remembered that the person in front of him was most likely a nascent soul cultivator. It was basically impossible for him to only deal with Ishikawa Island, so he made a list. Ning Qi didn't expect the list to be so long. If each force could find 100 young men with spirit roots every month who were born in the same year, month, and day as him, he could check 10,000 people every month, 120,000 a year. At this speed, he believed that he would be able to find the sacred concubine in a few years, or even decades, no matter how unlucky he was. After Ning Qi left Ishikawa Island, he took Zhou Jiu with him. They didn't take a boat, but flew to Zhe Island. Using the same method, he reached an agreement with the island master of Black Swamp Island. From today onwards, All the young men and women with spirit veins that they found would be inspected by Ning Chi before they were sent to the immortal cultivation sects that needed talents. After that, Ning Chi continued to visit the other forces on the list and checked all the young men and women they had. He didn't find any relatives or friends from his previous life. At that time, there were too many people who had reincarnated into the world of the living. Ning Chi didn't think that he would be able to find them in a short time. There's one last place. Ning Chi glanced at the list. Zhou Jiu, however, did a double take and said sheepishly, Senior Beixian, the Taishi sect is extremely powerful, and they even have divine transformation cultivators. Why don't we just forget about it? Such a big sect is also doing the same business as you? Ning Chi smiled faintly. That deity transformation cultivator naturally wouldn't participate in this. It's just that the people under his sect saw that this kind of business was easy to make money from, so they naturally wanted to get involved. Moreover, the Taishu sect's reputation is so great that their cultivators could easily bring back countless youths with spirit veins no matter where they go, stealing quite a lot of our business. Zhou said, How many people can they find in a month? Ning Chi said, About 3,000 to 5,000. Zhou Jiu whispered, All the more reason to go. Ning Chi smiled. The Taishu sect alone was equivalent to 30 to 50 Stone River Islands. There was no reason not to go. The Taishu sect was not on the sea. Zhou Jiu only barely knew where it was, but he did not know where it was exactly. With his cultivation, he was not qualified to set foot in the Taishu sect at all. Zhou Jiu had been feeling rather uneasy when he learned that Ning Chi was going there. After asking a few passing cultivators along the way, Ning Chi finally brought Zhou Jiu to the Taishu sect's gate after a day. Who are you two cultivators? Do you have an invitation? A cultivator stopped Ning Chi and Zhou Jiu in front of the gate. Ning Chi smiled. I've never had an invitation. Today is the first time I've set foot in the Taishu sect. I would like to meet Elder Lin. Elder Lin was a nascent soul cultivator of the Taishu sect. He was in charge of the business of finding youths with spirit veins and passing them to other sections. Therefore, if Ning Chi wanted to talk, all he had to do was talk to him. Elder Lin, are you an old friend of Elder Lin? The cultivator looked at Ning Chi rather suspiciously. Elder Lin's position in the Taishu sect was rather high. Ordinary cultivators did not have the right to meet him at all, and he would not let anyone in without permission. Naturally, he had to ask carefully to avoid being blamed by Elder Lin. I would like to discuss some business matters with Elder Lin. You just have to pass on the message. Ning Chi said flatly. The cultivator frowned slightly and then said reluctantly, Then you two wait here. I'll pass on the message. With that, he turned and left, while instructing the others to keep an eye on Ning Chi and Zhou Jiu and not let them wander off. Ning Chi and Zhou Jiu stood in front of the Taishu sect's gate and waited for a while, but the cultivator who went to pass on the message did not come. Suddenly, there was a commotion behind them. A group of cultivators landed in front of the Taishu sect's gate, chatting with each other. Just as they were about to enter the gate, they glanced at Ning Chi and Zhou Jiu. One of the cultivators showed a look of rage and pointed at Zhou Jiu. You're Zhou Jiu of Ishikawa Island? How dare you come to our Taishu sect? Zhou Jiu did a double take and studied the other party closely, his expression changing at once. The other party had a grudge against him before. A few years ago, both parties had come to a small town, intending to take away the youths with spirit veins in the town. Coincidentally, the timing matched, and Zhou Jiu had brought more people with him at the time, overpowering the other party and successfully taking away the youths. Never would he have thought that the other party was actually from the Taishu sect. Junior brother Huang, the Zhou Jiu of Ishikawa Island you speak of, is he the one who snatched away those 30 prodigies? A young man who was the leader of the other party asked flatly, his gaze shifting between Zhou Jiu and Ning Chi. The aura on his body was extraordinary. He was a golden core cultivator, much more powerful than Jojo. At the same time, he was also the most talented disciple under Elder Lin's tutelage, and was deeply loved by the elder. Senior Brother Zhou, it's him. I didn't even have time to announce my identity back then, and I was almost out of breath from his beating. Junior Brother Huang glared at Joju, a vicious glint appearing in his eyes. Of all things, the other party had come to the Taishu sect. For the past few years, he had wanted to head to Ishikawa Island for revenge. But Li Shichuan was a golden core cultivator, and he did not have the confidence to have his master stand up for him over such a trivial matter. Therefore, he put the matter aside for the time being. He did not think that the other party would come to the Taishu sect on his own. Did he not choose the path to heaven, but chose to go to hell instead? What happened before, it was a misunderstanding. Zhou said rather guiltily. Misunderstanding? Junior Brother Huang laughed coldly. Then let's have another misunderstanding today. With that, he directly raised his hand and struck a palm at Jojo. The other party was right in front of the Taishu sect's gates, and he dared to make a move against him? Now, he could finally vent his frustrations. Chapter 44:10. Zhou certainly did not dare to retaliate in front of the Taishu sect. That was a sect that had a divine transformation cultivator overseeing it, and if the other party caught hold of his weakness and killed him right there and then, not even Ishikawa Island would dare to stand up for him. Zhou had already mentally prepared himself to accept the other's humiliation, but he did not expect that before Junior Brother Huang's attack could reach him, he was struck by an invisible force and his body was instantly sent flying. Zhou was stunned where he was and subconsciously looked at Ningqi. He was both shocked and grateful. He never thought that the other would stand up for him in front of the Taishu sect. Senior Brother Zhou and the others were taken aback, and someone quickly ran to Junior Brother Huang's side to check on his injuries. Senior Brother Zhou's gaze fell upon Ningqi with a solemn look, while the group of cultivators guarding the mountain gate surrounded him as well, glaring at Ningqi with hostility. May I know who you are? Do you know how serious a crime it is to attack a disciple of the Taishu sect in front of the Taishu sect? Senior Brother Zhou asked somberly. Ningqi replied flatly. Zhou was leading the way for me, and he attacked Zhou without even asking me. Have you people ever given me any face? With that, Ningqi turned to look at the Taishu sect. That Elder Lin sure is arrogant. If he does not appear before me in 3 breaths, the Taishu sect will be demolished. Zhou was stunned. Senior Brother Zhou and the others were stunned as well. It was as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world, and someone could not help but laugh out loud. 1 breath. Ningqi smiled. Do you know what kind of elite I, the Taishu ancestor, am? Senior Brother Zhou was so furious that he laughed instead. Demolish the Taishu sect? Who gave you the guts? 2 breaths. Ningqi smiled faintly. I'll count for you. 3 breaths. Senior Brother Zhou smiled. Ningqi turned his palm over, and the terrifying power directly shattered the mountain gate of the Taishu sect. The power was also enough to trigger the Taishu sect's mountain guarding formation, and the silhouette of golden 8 trigrams appeared in the air. Senior Brother Zhou and the others looked at Ningqi in shock and anger. Did he really dare to attack the Taishu sect? Could it be that the newcomer was also a deity transformation stage cultivator? Senior Brother Zhou's face paled at the thought. Things had started because of them, and if they really provoked a divinity transformation cultivator for the Taishu sect, the Taishu elder would not let them off easily. Senior Beixian must be an overlord of the soul formation level. After the initial shock, Zhou's eyes were filled with surprise. Only a divine transformation cultivator would dare to do such a thing before the Taishu sect's gates. The commotion here instantly drew the attention of the nascent soul cultivators in the Taishu sect. One nascent soul cultivator after another flew into the sky. There were 4 of them, and they arrived in front of Ningqi and the others in an instant. At the same time, the cultivator guarding the mountain was hiding in the shadows with a look of horror on his face. He did not go to inform Elder Lin, intending to give the other party the cold shoulder. However, he did not expect that the other party would actually dare to make a move. Because of this, he instantly became fearful and uneasy. "Who are you? How dare you provoke me?" One of the nascent soul cultivators looked at Ning Qi coldly and barked. However, in the next instant, they were directly dragged into the netherworld by Ning Qi. There was not even the time to blink an eye. The way the 4 nascent soul cultivators looked at Ning Qi was no longer normal. "Tear this place down," Ning Qi said calmly. "Yes." The 4 nascent soul cultivators nodded in unison and split into 4 groups, tearing down the buildings of the Taishu sect right in front of all the Taishu sect cultivators. Senior brother Zhou and the others stared with their mouths agape, not knowing what was going on. At the same time, another aura rose. "What are the 4 of you doing?" The owner of that aura looked at the 4 nascent soul cultivators in shock and anger, but the 4 of them completely ignored him. "The elder ancestor is out of seclusion." Senior brother Zhou and the others looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. When the Taishu elder saw that the 4 of them were ignoring him, he already knew that the 4 of them were probably under some kind of soul-sucking spell. Not daring to be careless, he looked at Ning Qi. "Friend, the Taishu sect has no grudge against you. Why are you doing this?" "I said that if I don't see the person in charge in 3 breaths, I will tear down the Taishu sect. You can't make me go back on my words, can you?" Ning Qi said flatly. Senior brother Zhou's face turned abnormally pale. He was the one who counted the 3 breaths of time just now. He never would have thought that the opponent's methods would be so strange. For nascent soul powerhouses had surrendered to the enemy the moment they met? "Friend, if there is some misunderstanding, we can sit down and talk peacefully," the Taishu elder said in a low voice. "I have waited for a while and have no time to waste. If that is so, I will make it simpler. Still, you don't have to be afraid. You will be free in 100 years." Ning Qi smiled. There was a flash of shock and anger in the Taishu elder's eyes. Was the other party planning to cast a soul-sucking spell on him as well? What a joke! He was a divine transformation cultivator. A breath later, the Taishu elder came before Ning Qi and cupped his fists. "Taishu greets you, my lord." Senior brother Zhou, junior brother Huang, Zhouju, and the others all stared at the scene in disbelief. Why did even the Taishu elder surrender to the enemy in such a short time? Could the other party be a legendary convergence cultivator? In the future, do not send away the youths with spirit veins that your Taishu sect finds. I will deal with them after I see them, Ning Qi said flatly. Understood. The Taishu elder nodded respectfully. Bring all the little ones that have not been sent away, Ning Qi said. Soon, hundreds of children stood before Ning Qi with reverence on their faces. A few breaths later, Ning Qi shook his head in disappointment. There was still no one he was looking for. Give me a list of the other sects that are doing this kind of business, Ning Qi said. The Taishu elder was taken aback, then pointed at one of the nascent soul cultivators who was still demolishing the house. My lord, Elder Lin is in charge of these things. Let him come, Ning Qi said flatly. In the next moment, Elder Lin stood respectfully in front of Ning Qi and soon sorted out a list of names. The list was filled with sects that were on par with the Taishu sect, with divine transformation cultivators in charge. Ning Qi took a look and nodded, then asked Zhoujiu, Do you know where these places are? I do, I know the direction, but the specific location? Zhoujiu said instinctively, then quickly corrected himself. It's good that you know the direction. Lead the way. Ning Qi nodded slightly. A few breaths later, Ningqi and Zhoujiu had already left, and the Taishu sect had been demolished into ruins. The four nascent soul cultivators stood behind the Taishu elder, their expressions dark. Their memories were still there. "Tell me who caused this trouble," the Taishu elder said flatly. Someone pointed at a cultivator who was avoiding eye contact. Elder, he deliberately did not inform Elder Lin, which is why that senior was angry. And senior brother Zhoujiu, junior brother Huang. The three's faces turned deathly pale. Chapter 44:11. Black Chu Country. The Emperor of Black Chu Country brought Ho Qing to the depths of the imperial palace. In that courtyard, the old man who did not know what was going on thought that the Emperor of Black Chu Country had invited the cultivator back. After being notified by his eunuch, he immediately dressed up and came out to greet them. At this moment, he didn't look as old as when Black Chu Country's emperor saw him. He really is pretending that his time is coming to an end. Black Chu Country's emperor was furious, and his eyes flashed with hostility. "Senior is the one from Huangshi village." The old man cupped his fist and said to Ho Qing. "Ho Qing." Ho Qing said lightly, "Oh, Senior Ho." The old man said, "He told me that you are cultivating a demonic technique and that you feed on human blood?" Ho Qing glanced at Black Chu Country's emperor and smiled. The old man was stunned. This was Black Chu Country's biggest secret. As long as he didn't tell the emperor, this secret couldn't be known. But if other cultivators were to find out about it, they would definitely be treated as evil and would be slain. Thinking of this, his mind trembled, and he subconsciously looked at Black Chu Country's emperor. "You, father, I really can't stand what you have done all these years." Black Chu Country's emperor shook his head slightly. "Countless innocent people died in your hands. Countless families in Black Chu Country have been destroyed. If this continues, the foundation of Black Chu Country will be shaken. Father, it's better to repent." The old man had been in power for so many years, so he immediately understood why his son had betrayed him. A bitter smile appeared on his face. "You've really learned some of my teachings, but you've used them in the wrong place. This is the true foundation of our Black Chu Country. You're afraid that I'll obtain the cultivation technique, extend my lifespan, and continue to sit on the throne while you lose your monstrous power? You are wrong. If I can really cultivate like an ordinary cultivator, I won't sit on the throne even if you give it to me. Father, I have never been greedy for power." Black Chu Country's emperor's expression slightly changed, and then he shook his head. "Senior, I do feed on human blood, but that is because of my cultivation technique. I have no choice, since my son doesn't like what I have done. It proves that he can be a benevolent emperor. Senior, please take action and get rid of this scourge. Give those innocent people an explanation and let the Black Chu Country's royal family completely cut off this evil debt." The old man spoke slowly. There was no fear of death on his face. The Black Chu emperor was a little shocked. In his mind, he thought about how many ways his father would deal with this, but he never thought that his father would not even be willing to resist and directly seek a quick death. This was something he did not expect. "You father and son really have a lot of drama. You betrayed your father for the sake of righteousness. You're not a good person. You're obviously afraid of death, but you don't seem afraid at all. You want me to think that you're truly repentant, so I'll spare your life." Ho Qing smiled and shook his head. With a backhand slap, he killed the old man in front of him. Then he killed the Black Chu emperor with another slap. Before the Black Chu emperor died, he didn't expect that the other party would directly attack him. The surrounding eunuchs were basically dragon guards. When they saw this scene, their eyes were filled with fear, and they did not dare to move at all. "You've also eaten quite a lot of blood and flesh. Let's go together. After all, one of them is the retired emperor, and the other is the current emperor. It's not good to go alone." Ho Qing smiled. Not long after, he left the Black Chu nation's imperial palace. After a few more hours, the news of the death of the emperor and the retired emperor, as well as the death of all the eunuchs around them, instantly spread. Some people wanted to block the news, but how could they block it? There were spies everywhere in the palace. Before long, all the civil and military officials hurried from their homes to the imperial palace. A graceful and luxurious woman was sitting on the original dragon throne. She was the Black Chu nation's current empress. Why didn't you stay at home? Entering the palace at this time is against the rules. The empress looked at the civil and military officials below the stage and said lightly. Her voice was very calm, but some people still found a trace of clues in this trace of calmness. She was very flustered and she was afraid. Empress, I heard that the emperor and the retired emperor. An old official said slowly. What did you hear? How can you hear about the things in the palace? The empress looked at the old official, and her voice became extremely stern. The old official stammered for a long time, but finally lowered his head and closed his mouth. When the others saw this, they glanced at each other and exchanged glances. Their expressions were extremely solemn. At this moment, a eunuch suddenly announced from outside, "The Heavenly Plan Prefecture's prefecture lord has arrived." Heavenly Plan Prefecture? All the civil and military officials had a slight change in expression. The empress revealed a look of pleasant surprise, and her sitting posture obviously relaxed a little. Everyone knew that the Black Chu nation had the hidden and visible sects. The hidden sect protected the emperor in secret, while the visible sect controlled many connections in the Black Chu nation and had great power. The Heavenly Plan Prefecture's prefecture lord was the hidden sect's sect master. Everyone looked outside the hall and saw a middle-aged man holding a 5-year-old girl's hand as they slowly walked into the hall. Everyone's here. The Heavenly Plan Prefecture's prefecture lord glanced at everyone and smiled faintly. Then he cupped his fists at the empress and said, "This commoner pays his respects to the empress. Since you are a commoner, why don't you kneel?" A general-looking existence said indifferently, "The Heavenly Plan Prefecture's prefecture lord does not kneel in front of the emperor." The empress snorted and looked at the general. "General Ox, are you questioning the rules left by our ancestors? This subject doesn't dare." General Ox's expression changed slightly. He cupped his fists and didn't speak anymore. "Since the Heavenly Plan Prefecture's prefecture lord is here, I have something to tell you. His Majesty and the Grand Imperial Sire were indeed killed by a cultivator." As the Empress spoke, her gaze swept across all the civil and military officials' faces. She saw shock, anger, disbelief, and expressionless faces. In our Black Chu nation, there are many people with methods that are beyond your imagination. Everyone, don't think about taking revenge for His Majesty and the Grand Imperial Sire. If this matter is not resolved properly, Black Chu nation will be destroyed. The Heavenly Plan Prefecture's prefecture lord said indifferently. Someone had already sensed that something was wrong. Why were the Heavenly Plan Prefecture's prefecture lord and the empress so calm? What cultivator? What are you talking about? His Majesty was really killed by an assassin? This is the Imperial Palace. What kind of assassin can kill His Majesty and the Grand Imperial Sire in the Imperial Palace? An old official said angrily, "There are some things you don't know, but I intend to let you know in the future." The Heavenly Plan Prefecture's prefecture lord said indifferently, "Now isn't the time to talk about these things. If Black Chu nation doesn't want to be destroyed, it needs to elect a ruler immediately. I will personally make a trip to Huangshi village and invite the Han Emperor back to ascend the throne. Does anyone have any objections?" "The Han Emperor? No. How can you let a traitor ascend the throne? What are you trying to do?" General Ox said angrily. However, a cold glint flashed in the next moment. General Ox's head fell from his neck and fell to the ground. The attacker was the young girl beside the Heavenly Plan Prefecture's prefecture lord. The hall immediately became deathly silent. Now, does anyone have any objections? The Heavenly Plan Prefecture, Lord said indifferently. Chapter 44:12. You dare to kill General Neo in the imperial court? An old official said angrily after recovering from the shock. I only know that whoever stops me from continuing the Black Chu Nation will die. The Heavenly Plan Mansion Lord looked at the old official and asked, Scholarly, are you going to stop me too? Is there still any law? The old official said angrily and looked at the Empress. Empress, the Heavenly Plan Mansion Lord is betraying the Black Chu Nation. Empress, please give the order to execute the two of them here. Scholarly, letting the Han King come back to the throne is the best solution now. The Empress said plainly. All the officials were stunned. The Empress was actually siding with the Han King? Chaos. The imperial court is in chaos. This old official can only atone for his sins with death. I cannot live to see the chaos of the imperial court and the world. As the old official finished speaking, he slammed into the coiling dragon pillar in the hall. With a loud bang, blood flowed all over the ground. However, it wasn't enough to kill anyone. The Empress' eyes flashed with mockery as she said indifferently, Bring Scholarly back to treat his wounds. Yes. Immediately, someone came forward and dragged Scholarly away like a dead fish. Now, everyone was completely at a loss. However, they couldn't understand why the Empress would choose to stand on the Han King's side. Huangshi Village, the Heavenly Plan Mansion Lord held the little girl's hand and walked slowly into the village. When the surrounding Han dragon army saw them, they all revealed a trace of vigilance. Heavenly Plan Mansion Lord? He still dares to come here? Lin Xinqiu received a report from his subordinate and immediately came out to take a look. When he saw the Heavenly Plan Mansion Lord, his face instantly revealed a shocked and angry expression. That was the Hidden Sex Sect Lord, the Emperor's lackey. However, he quickly calmed down. Because of that person in the mountain, the current situation between them and the Emperor wasn't as incompatible as before. Could it be that the Heavenly Plan Mansion Lord is here to appease the Empress? Lin Xinqiu thought as he looked for Chen Shuo and reported this matter. When Chen Shuo learned that the Heavenly Plan Mansion Lord was here, he suddenly let out a few long laughs. Empress, this hidden sect Lord came with ill intentions. Lin Xinqiu said softly, I once made an agreement with the hidden sect patriarch. As long as there is any danger, he will not come and see me. Now that he's here, it means that there's no one in the capital who can threaten me. Chen Shuo smiled. Everyone was dumbfounded. Seeing Chen Shuo walk out, they could only follow quickly. When the Heavenly Plan Mansion Master saw Chen Shuo, a faint smile appeared on his face. King of Han, Fu Donglu. Ha ha ha. The two looked at each other and laughed. When Lin Xinqiu and the others saw this, they finally understood what was going on, and their expressions became somewhat strange. So the Hidden Sex Sect matriarch had always been a subordinate of the King of Han? King of Han, there's been a great change in the palace. I'm here to take you back to ascend the throne. The Heavenly Plan Mansion Master smiled faintly. Why would there be such a change? Chen Shuo was curious. His nephew had just returned to the capital city with the cultivators. So why did such a thing happen? If it weren't for the death of his nephew, the Heavenly Plan Manor Master wouldn't have come to Huangshi Village. The Heavenly Plan Mansion Master slowly narrated what happened in the palace, and Chen Shuo was dumbfounded. The cultivator who went to Chu Nation's capital city with his nephew actually killed his nephew and his elder brother? King of Han, there's no time to lose. Return to the capital city with me now. The Heavenly Plan Mansion Master said. Hold on, I have to go to the Qin Tang Temple to ask about this. Chen Shuo quickly said. Qin Tang Temple. The Heavenly Plan Mansion Master's eyes flickered. It's rare for you to come. I'll bring you there too. Chen Shuo said. All right. The Heavenly Plan Mansion Master took a glance at the little girl beside him, and seemed to recall something as he nodded slightly. Qin Tang Temple. Chunling was currently cultivating here, so when she saw Qin Shua, Madame Li specially came out to welcome him. Oh, what a beautiful lady! Madame Li's eyes landed on the little girl beside the heavenly plan mansion master and couldn't help but praise. She's about the same age as my daughter. She smiled and asked Qin Shua, King of Han, these two are? Madame Li, this is an old friend of mine from the capital city. They wish to pay their respects to the mansion master. Qin Shua quickly said. Zhang Tong and Marshal Uncle Bai stood at the door. They were currently in charge of guarding the door and quietly watched the conversation between Qin Shua and Madame Li. However, they felt a lingering fear when they saw the little girl beside the heavenly plan mansion master. Now that they were faced with a young man and girl of this age, the first person they thought of was the Qin Tang Temple's mansion master. You wish to see the mansion master? The mansion master hasn't returned yet. What urgent matter does King of Han have? Madame Li smiled faintly and said, If it's something trivial, I can take care of it myself or let the profound heaven sect cultivators handle it. Qin Shua didn't dare to hide anything and recounted what happened in the capital city. After listening, Madame Li smiled. I don't understand these things, but since it has happened, Heichu Nation needs someone to hold down the fort. Otherwise, wouldn't the world be in chaos? King of Han, go ahead. I'll let Qinling know. When the mansion master returns, I'll report to him about what happened today. Chapter 44:13. Under Zhou Jiu's guidance, Ning Qi had traveled to countless regions and reached a consensus with many forces. Next, he only needed to spare some time every year to find Fang Lingming and the others with the help of these forces. After sending Zhou Jiu back to Stone River Island, Ning Qi chose an uninhabited place and used up all the spirit qi he had collected during this period. This seclusion had taken him almost half a year. His cultivation had advanced from the perfected nascent soul realm to the soul formation realm, then from the soul formation realm to the Tao integration realm, and finally to the perfected Tao integration realm before his spirit qi had been used up. Under the circumstances that he didn't use the Yin realm fragment, his cultivation could already be considered to be at the top in the Yang realm. Apart from the group of perfected immortals, it was difficult for him to meet an opponent with his cultivation. It had been less than 7 years since he had reincarnated into the Yang realm. The spirit qi needed to reach the Tao integration realm and become a perfected immortal is probably even greater. However, with my current cultivation, I can completely find the reason why the Great Yin realm was completely sealed. I'm afraid it has something to do with the system. He believed that what had happened to him was basically not a coincidence. If he wanted to know what had happened in the Yang realm that had made him reincarnate into the Yang realm, he had to first find traces of Ziyin. Ziyin was a cultivator in the Yang realm and had not truly reincarnated into the Yang realm. Her cultivation in the Yang realm must be extraordinary. If I go to war to find her, I should be able to attract some people who are related to this matter. Thinking of this, Ning Qi's body shook, and his youthful appearance suddenly changed. Finally, he turned into the appearance he had in the Great Yin realm. With a thought, he turned into a stream of light and flew toward the Qin Tang Temple. When Ning Qi returned to the temple, Ho Qing had just returned from outside. He told him how to deal with the matter of Hei Chu, and Ning Qi did not have much objection after listening. Is that cultivation technique destroyed? Yes. Ho Qing nodded slightly. His gaze had been lingering on Ning Qi. Perhaps sensing that his gaze was strange, Ning Qi frowned slightly. What are you looking at? Similar, really similar. Ho Qing murmured. Similar to who? Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. Lord, you look like the ancestor of the Mok mountain range now. Although that portrait is sealed and I can't see it clearly, it is really similar. Ho Qing said, Mok mountain range? Jiangzhenxian? Ning Qi expressionlessly looked in the direction of the Mok mountains. Back in the netherworld, he was already entangled with a man named Jiang. Could it be that he was also related to the man named Jiang in the mortal realm? Was this fate? Coincidence? Ning Qi suddenly laughed. He didn't believe in coincidences. Perhaps all coincidences were fated by the unseen. Ho Qing, you're a Tao integration cultivator. You should have a lot of connections in the cultivation world, right? Ning Qi smiled. Not bad. Ho Qing nodded slightly. In that case, help me spread the news that I'm looking for a woman. Her name is Ziyin. Ning Qi said. As he spoke, he was also observing Ho Qing's expression. Yin. Ho Qing's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Ning Qi with an extremely strange gaze. Sir, Yin is my grandmaster's wife, you. Then there's no mistake, I am your grandmaster. Ning Qi was silent for a few breaths. Ho Qing found it hard to believe, but then he thought of the situation in the Yin realm fragment, and his eyes rippled. Yes, he knew that for some reason his grandmaster should have broken through the final stage and become the first person in the world to truly attain Tao and become an immortal. However, he did not expect that his grandmaster would disappear without a trace overnight. He only found out about this later. When it happened, he was not even born and had stepped onto the immortal path. Ho Qing told Ning Qi everything he knew, and then said in a low voice, Grandmaster, if you want to find Grandmaster's wife, why don't you ask my master? Don't ask first. I want to see what his attitude is. Spread the news in your name, Ning Qi said lightly. Ho Qing thought for a few breaths and nodded slightly. Grandmaster, I will go to the capital of the Taihao nation and spread the news there. This is the most prosperous place in the mortal realm, and there are countless cultivators there. You go first. Ning Qi nodded slightly. Ho Qing left. Deguzi and Little Yu heard that Ning Qi had returned and coincidentally came to the small courtyard after Ho Qing left. The two of them were stunned when they saw Ning Qi's appearance. Young master, you look the same as before. Little Yu murmured. It's not convenient to do things with that body. It's better this way. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Little Yu said helplessly, we can't do it. Our cultivation is not enough. If we want to become the same as before, we still have to wait for a while. It's okay. The years in the netherworld have passed. What's a little time in the mortal realm? Ning Qi smiled faintly. He had a premonition. It wouldn't be long before he would be able to figure out the sequence of events. It's a pity that if I don't recover my memories in the mortal realm, I won't be able to understand everything. Ning Qi sighed softly. Moke Mountain Range. True immortal Jiang was originally cultivating, but his heart suddenly palpitated. He immediately broke out of his seclusion and looked around angrily. After becoming a true immortal, he no longer had this feeling. This was his talent, a talent that allowed him to detect danger before it arrived. Who else in this world can threaten me? The king of the Taihao nation? Even if he fought with me, it would be a 50-50 chance. True immortal Jiang kept thinking. Suddenly, he thought of an unlikely guess. A few years ago, there was a change in the great Yin realm. Countless geniuses were born in the mortal realm overnight. Could it be that he has returned? Impossible. Even if his spirit was not destroyed in the netherworld and returned to the mortal realm, it would be impossible for him to threaten me in just a few years. True immortal Jiang murmured to himself. Once he stood his ground and joined forces with several true immortals to completely seal the great Yin realm. Then he tore a piece of the great Yin realm and opened up a small Yin realm for the souls of the mortal realm to reincarnate. All of this was to completely seal a person in the great Yin realm. Unfortunately, after so many years of sealing, that woman still took advantage of the situation and made all the souls in the great Yin realm reincarnate into the mortal realm. Perhaps his soul is in the hands of this woman. Could it be that she used some method to help him recover his memories? A look of fear suddenly appeared in Jiang Xinqian's eyes. In the next moment, He waved his hand and made a grasping motion in the air. Celestial spiritual energy gathered and turned into several white cranes. Jiang Jinxian muttered to himself, and the white cranes immediately flew in all directions. So what if you're back? The world of the living is no longer the world of the living. I'm also a true immortal. I'm not afraid of you. True immortal Jiang murmured to himself. Chapter 44:14. Taihao Nation. This was the cultivation center of the world of the living. It was rumored that all the cultivation methods were passed down from Taihao Nation. In ancient times, the world was still barren. Some people had the immortal qi but did not know how to use it. They relied on their fists to open up the world. This continued until a female empress appeared and established the Taihao Nation. She organized the cultivation methods and allowed cultivation to become regulated. Cultivation methods and immortal techniques emerged endlessly. Countless elites were inspired and started the first era of immortal cultivation. From then on, the female empress was honored as Taihao Empress. Taihao Nation also established its core position in the world of the living. In Taihao Nation, there was a law that directly restricted perfected immortals. Even if a perfected immortal violated the law in Taihao Nation, he would be punished. After Ho Qing arrived at the capital of Taihao Nation, he landed on the ground. Taihao Nation's capital had a flight ban. Cultivators could not fly freely unless it was a special situation. Its senior Ho, the soldier at the city gate, smiled when he saw Ho Qing. It was obvious that Ho Qing frequented Taihao Nation. Ho Qing nodded slightly and entered the city. After entering the city, Ho Qing did not stroll around. He went straight to a luxurious mansion. The guard at the entrance saw Ho Qing and said politely, "Consecrated Ho, you are back." Ho Qing nodded slightly. "Is King Su in?" "His Highness is in the mansion." The guard quickly replied, "All right, I will go and see him myself." Ho Qing nodded and entered the mansion. Taihao Nation was a country where imperial power was supreme. King Su was not only the direct descendant of Taihao Empress, but he was also one of the 8 princes of Taihao Nation. There were 4 princes in charge of the 4 borders of Taihao Nation. The other 4 princes were in charge of the capital. When Ho Qing saw King Su in a quiet courtyard, he was meeting a guest. An elder with fluttering white hair was sitting opposite King Su. He had an extraordinary bearing. Both of them looked at Ho Qing when they saw him. The elder smiled and said, "Young Master Ho, you are finally back. King Su looked for me to play chess when you were not around. How can my chess skills be a match for King Su?" Ho Qing smiled and said, "Mr. Wenxing's chess skills are among the best in Taihao Nation. You are too polite." After greeting him, he came in front of Prince Su, cupped his fists and bowed. "Greetings, Prince Su." "Don't stand on ceremony, sit down and chat. Did you encounter anything interesting in the Moke Mountains? It seems that Jiang Jinxian hasn't been to the capital for a long time. When will he come to my manor?" King Su smiled. "I don't have anything fun. I came back to the capital this time to ask for your help." "Your Highness." Ho Qing said. "Help?" King Su was startled and said with a strange smile, "You are a Tao integration cultivator. Why do you need my help? If you put your face out there, everyone will have to give you some face. When it comes to finding people, reputation doesn't matter much." Ho Qing smiled. Mr. Wenxing was a little curious. "Young Master Ho is looking for someone?" "That's right. I was asked by someone to find a woman. After thinking about it, I can only ask for your help to find clues as soon as possible." Ho Qing said. Seeing that Ho Qing really needed his help, King Su nodded. "Which woman are you looking for? Just tell me her appearance, name, and age. If she is in the Taihao Nation, or if someone in the Taihao Nation knows her, it shouldn't be difficult to find her. There is only one name, Ziyin." Ho Qing said. "Ziyin?" Mr. Wenxing frowned slightly. King Su was also stunned. Only one name? Appearance? Age? Where is she from? None of these? No. Ho Ching shook his head slightly. No wonder you want my help. This is not easy. King Su frowned slightly. After pondering for a while, he gestured slightly. Suddenly, two figures appeared behind King Su. Their auras were also at the Tao integration realm, but they were only at the Tao integration early stage, which was not as good as Ho Ching. Tell everyone to find a woman named Ziyin. If there is any news, come to the manor directly. Yes. The two nodded slightly and then disappeared. Come, let's play chess. Let the people below do the searching. King Su waved his hand. Ho Ching smiled and sat on the seat that Mr. Wenxing gave up. At this moment, Mr. Wenxing suddenly frowned. Ziyin, I just felt that this name is very familiar. Young Master Ho, I remember that your grandmaster's grandmother's name? Maybe it's the same name. Ho Ching smiled calmly. Mr. Wenxing did not believe Ho Ching's words. Instead, he said with a solemn expression, Did perfected immortal Jiang ask you to find her? Ho Ching looked at Mr. Wenxing and did not speak. After being reminded by Mr. Wenxing, King Su also revealed a thoughtful expression. Then his expression suddenly changed as if he had thought of something. You must be joking, Mr. Wenxing. It's just someone with the same name. Ho Ching suddenly smiled. Mr. Wenxing slowly frowned and looked at King Su. King Su, perfected immortal Zhang's master, was the closest to becoming an immortal, but she disappeared for no reason. Her cultivation partner also disappeared without a trace. I know about this. It happened many years ago. At that time, you and I were not even born. King Su nodded slightly. I also heard about it from my father. The female empress also disappeared without a trace when she was close to becoming an immortal. King Su, I feel that this matter is related. Mr. Wenxing said. Female empress? King Su was startled. Then he sneered and said, The era that the female empress lived in is even more ancient. How can these two matters be related? I think you are thinking too much. Maybe. Mr. Wenxing looked at Ho Ching. He could not see any clues, so he did not dwell on this matter anymore. Soon, the news that King Su was looking for someone spread out. All the major forces received the news and passed it down to their subordinates to pay attention to the search. At the same time, they were very curious and secretly guessed who the woman that King Su was looking for was. King Su's identity was not to be underestimated. There were only 8 Wangyes in the entire Taihao nation. These 8 Wangyes were on equal footing with perfected immortals in the outside world. The power that they controlled made all perfected immortals fear them. Therefore, no one dared to let their guard down. This place is really the center of cultivation in the world of the living. Ningqi walked on the main road of the capital. His gaze swept across the passers-by, and he could not help but sigh in his heart. It was very difficult to see a cultivator in other places. However, there were cultivators everywhere here. Qi refinement realm was the most common. There were many foundation establishment realm cultivators too. Golden core and nascent soul cultivators could also be seen. There were only a few soul formation realm cultivators. However, with a sweep of his divine telekinesis, he could also sense that there were many soul formation realm experts in the capital. It was just that they did not show up in public. Ningqi planned to find a place to stay temporarily and wait for the news of Ho Ching's search to spread out to see the reactions of the various forces here. Chapter 44:15. The spirit Qi here is rich. Ningqi stopped and looked at a tall building in the distance. It was called the Immortal Arrival Building and had extremely rich spirit Qi. Countless cultivators went in and out, including many soul formation cultivators and 1 or 2 Tao integration cultivators. When Ningqi arrived at the Immortal Arrival Building, a manservant was welcoming the cultivators warmly. Before Ningqi stepped in, a sharp-eyed manservant noticed him. "Senior, are you here to stay?" The manservant welcomed him warmly. The jade pendant on his neck was emitting extreme heat. The scorching sensation told him that this extremely young cultivator was most likely a Tao integration stage powerhouse. How much? Ningqi smiled. He only had some pure gold on him and nothing else. There are 4 types of rooms. Given your status, you naturally have to stay in the heaven room. It only costs 2 supreme-grade spirit stones a day. Spirit stones? Ningqi's expression suddenly became a little strange. The manservant, who was used to such expressions, immediately knew that he might have misjudged. The cultivation level of the person in front of him was high, but his wealth might not be as high as he had imagined. At that thought, the manservant's expression turned colder. Are you leaving or not? If not, don't block the way. You're preventing me from welcoming the distinguished guest. A harsh snort came from behind. Ningqi turned around and saw a young man in luxurious clothes staring at him coldly. There was also a group of young men and women with extraordinary bearings beside him. This group of people did not have high cultivation levels. They were only at the nascent soul realm. Ah, it's young Master Lin. Please come in, young Master Lin. The manservant hurriedly passed by Ningqi and welcomed the young man in luxurious clothes with a fawning smile. The young man snorted and led the crowd to follow the manservant inside. When he passed by Ningqi, he asked the manservant, "What's wrong with him?" "This senior must have no money to stay in the inn," the manservant said, subconsciously. "Why would he come to the Immortal Arrival building if he has no money? There are many small inns in the capital city. Some only cost inferior grade spirit stones. Why is he blocking the way here?" The young man frowned and snorted. Ningqi frowned slightly and reached out to grab. The young man and the others, including the manservant, were instantly pulled in front of him. "What did you mumble just now?" Ningqi said lightly. The young man and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. Just now they felt a majestic aura, which was at least above the nascent soul realm. The man in front of him was a soul formation cultivator. After a moment of shock, the young man immediately reacted and stared at Ningqi. "Don't think that I'll be afraid of you just because you're a soul formation cultivator. You blocked my way, so what's wrong with me saying a few words? Where did you come from? Do you know the rules of the Tai Hao Nation? Did he really think he could throw a tantrum here? Ignorant. Senior, please don't cause trouble. Hurry up and leave." The manservant tried to persuade him. "What did I do?" Ningqi smiled and raised his hand to give the young man a slap. The terrifying power instantly caused the young man's face to swell up at a speed visible to the naked eye. The power was just right, so the young man didn't fly out and didn't take his life. "If you want to talk about causing trouble, now is the time." Ningqi looked at the waiter and smiled. The waiter didn't expect Ningqi to really dare to hit him. After a moment of shock, he hurriedly turned around and shouted, "Shopkeeper!" A middle-aged man walked out hurriedly. His body emitted a soul formation aura. When he saw young Master Lin's swollen face, his expression instantly changed. He hurriedly went forward and said, "Young Master Lin, what happened to you?" He looked at the waiter. "What exactly happened?" The waiter hurriedly told him what had happened. As they spoke, many cultivators in the surroundings stopped to watch. "Isn't that the young master of the Governor Lin's family?" "Yes, it's him. Someone slapped him on the street. I'm afraid the person who slapped him is in trouble. I don't know where this cultivator came from. Maybe he doesn't know the rules of the Tai Hao Nation. It's normal for him to be at a disadvantage." Everyone whispered to each other. Young Master Lin finally reacted and was extremely embarrassed and angry. He brought a guest from afar today, but before he could perform, he was humiliated on the street? How could this be? After listening to the servant's narration, the shopkeeper immediately looked at Ningqi and shouted coldly, "Quickly apologize to young Master Lin. If young Master Lin is magnanimous, you can escape this calamity. Otherwise, You will be arrested and thrown into prison. Apologize? What do I need him to apologize for? Since he dared to slap me on the street, he shouldn't be afraid of being sent to prison. Shopkeeper, send someone to inform my father and ask him to bring people to arrest this thief. Young Master Lin looked at Ning Qi with resentment. Okay, I'll immediately send someone to inform the Governor Lin. The shopkeeper immediately nodded. Just as he was about to instruct his subordinates, he saw a figure walking in their direction with his sharp eyes. He was stunned for a moment, then immediately left young Master Lin, Ning Qi, and the others and went to greet that figure. Greetings, High Official Ho. After the shopkeeper came in front of that figure, he had a fawning look on his face. Is it Ho Qing, the direct disciple of perfected immortal Jiang from Prince Su's residence? When did he return to the capital? Looking at his aura, it seems that his cultivation has improved again. In the future, he will probably be qualified to be a perfected immortal. Everyone looked at Ho Qing with brilliant eyes. Seeing this, young Master Lin hurriedly went forward. Brother Ho Qing. The friends he brought naturally also knew who Ho Qing was. One after another, they came forward and saluted with their fists cupped. Their eyes were full of curiosity and awe as they looked at Ho Qing. Ho Qing looked at Ning Qi, then looked at young Master Lin and the others, and then said with a faint smile, "What happened?" Brother Ho Qing, I don't know where this person came from. He doesn't know the rules of the capital. I only said a few words to him, but he actually attacked me on the street and slapped me. Young Master Lin pointed at Ning Qi and said with hatred. Ho Qing nodded slightly and then smiled at Ning Qi with his fists cupped. Lord, he said that you slapped him. Is it true? Lord. Young Master Lin almost choked. The shopkeeper, the servant, and the others were also shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. Chapter 44:16. Why did Ho Qing call him Lord? Everyone's shock was clearly expressed in their words. Ning Qi looked at Ho Qing and said with a faint smile, I did slap him. Yes. Ho Qing nodded with a smile and looked at young Master Lin. If you want to return the slap, hit here. Ho Qing pointed at his own face. Everyone was even more shocked. What was this cultivator's background? How could he be protected by perfected immortal Zhang's true disciple, Prince Su's residence consecration, and Tao integration expert, Ho Qing? Brother Ho, I don't dare. This is actually a misunderstanding. Young Master Lin stammered, his face flushed. It was true that his father was the prefectural magistrate, but compared to Prince Su, his father was just a slightly larger ant. The group of young men and women that young Master Lin brought did not dare to look at Ning Qi, afraid that they would be involved in this misunderstanding. Since it's a misunderstanding, then get lost. Ho Qing smiled. Yes. Young Master Lin nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Then he turned and left with his companions, not daring to stay any longer. Big Brother Lin, there are really hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the capital. A woman behind young Master Lin sighed after running for a long distance. Young Master Lin's expression did not look too good. After a few breaths of silence, he slowly calmed himself down and sighed. The water in the capital is indeed deep. If we are not careful, we might encounter a true dragon or even a flood dragon. We will have to think twice before going to the Immortal Advent restaurant in the future. The shopkeeper and the manservant stood there in a daze. Ho Qing glanced at them. Without waiting for them to speak, he smiled at Ning Qi and said, Sir, I also have a courtyard in the capital city. Come stay at my place. This immortal arrival restaurant only serves some cultivators. With Sir's noble status, it is not worthy. The shopkeeper and the manservant's faces seemed to be on fire. They did not dare to speak and could only watch as Ning Qi was taken away by Ho Qing. Not long later, Ning Qi arrived at the courtyard that Ho Qing mentioned. It was also in the bustling center of the capital. There were servants and maids in the courtyard. When Ho Qing and Ning Qi arrived, An old man who looked like a housekeeper immediately came to greet them. This old man looked different from ordinary people. His head was huge, but his body was slender. There were 2 horns on his forehead that seemed to have not fully grown. It was obvious that he wasn't a human. "My lord, you've returned," the old man said respectfully. "This is my esteemed guest. In the future, when he and I are around, you can call him Lord. Don't call me Lord." Ho Ching smiled. The old man was a little surprised. He quickly looked at Ning Chi and cupped his fists. "Sir, you're welcome." Ning Chi smiled and waved his hand. After the 2 of them entered the courtyard, Ho Ching dismissed the attendants and said in a low voice, "During this period of time, the various factions are already searching for the person that my lord is looking for. What are their reactions? Actually, you don't have to show yourself today. If that's the case, I'm afraid they already know of my existence." Ning Chi smiled faintly. In that kind of situation, this disciple couldn't just watch my lord being humiliated. Ho Ching said solemnly. After a pause, he continued, "Everyone has different reactions. I think Mr. Wenxing's reaction is a little strange." "What about the Moke Mountains?" Ning Chi laughed. "Master has already sent a message to inquire. In a few days he will personally arrive in the capital." A solemn look appeared in Ho Ching's eyes. Ning Chi pondered and nodded. Meanwhile, Mr. Wenxing's expression instantly became somewhat solemn when he learned about what had happened outside the Immortal Arrival restaurant from his subordinates. Not only did his subordinates describe the entire process, but they also obtained Ning Chi's portrait. This appearance. A look of surprise appeared in Mr. Wenxing's eyes. He suddenly stood up and hurriedly left the residence. "Mr. Wenxing, Mr. Wenxing," the guards in the palace greeted him one after another. Under normal circumstances, Mr. Wenxing would perhaps respond patiently. However, right now, he only hurried along with a solemn expression. His status in the capital was also quite special. Apart from being a Dao integration expert, he was also on good terms with many important figures in the palace and could directly enter the palace. The place that Mr. Wenxing was going to was very remote in the palace. It seemed like this place had not been visited for a long time. Although the ground was swept clean, there was no sign of human habitation. Only a lonely hall stood before him. An old eunuch who was cleaning suddenly walked out of the hall and looked at Mr. Wenxing with a puzzled expression. "Mr. Wenxing, why are you here today?" The old eunuch bowed slightly after Mr. Wenxing walked in. Then he asked with a puzzled expression. Mr. Wenxing didn't respond to him and walked straight into the hall. Seeing this, the old eunuch smiled and didn't get angry. He followed him into the hall. There was a statue in the hall. The statue depicted a woman with a vivid and lifelike appearance. This woman was the first great empress of the Taihao nation, Great Empress Taihao. Mr. Wenxing bowed respectfully toward the statue of Great Empress Taihao. Then he slowly walked past the statue and arrived behind it. There was a relief sculpture behind the statue. Within the relief sculpture was a tall mountain and flowing water. At the peak of the mountain was a pavilion. In the pavilion, 3 people sat down and discussed Tao. One of them was Great Empress Taihao. The other 2 were a young man and a figure whose face wasn't carved. This was because the figure's back was facing Mr. Wenxing. Mr. Wenxing's gaze landed on the young man. He stared at him unblinkingly. Time passed by slowly. The old eunuch held a broom and stood behind Mr. Wenxing. He also watched silently. After an unknown period of time, Mr. Wenxing's face gradually revealed a trace of shock. After the shock, it gradually turned into fear and disbelief. "Mr. Wenxing?" The old eunuch frowned slightly. How could it be him? Mr. Wenxing muttered to himself. "Who is it?" The old eunuch's expression gradually turned cold. "Dragon. Dragon, slayer, perfected immortal." Mr. Wenxing's voice still carried a trace of disbelief. Then he muttered to himself again, "It's just a coincidence, right?" They just look alike. Dragon Slayer, perfected immortal, has been missing for so many years. He should be dead by now. Dragon Slayer, perfected immortal? The old eunuch said coldly. What nonsense are you talking about? Mr. Wenxing finally came back to his senses. He put away the shocked expression on his face and slowly turned to look at the old eunuch. How dare you speak to me like that? The old eunuch looked at Mr. Wenxing quietly. Suddenly, the aura on his body started to fluctuate. Occasionally, a trace of aura leaked out, but it far surpassed the Tao integration stage. Mr. Wenxing was enveloped by this aura. He subconsciously took a few steps back until his back came into contact with the cold wall. A trace of astonishment appeared on his face. How could you be a perfected immortal? What did you mean by Dragon Slayer, perfected immortal? The old eunuch said coldly. Mr. Wenxing was silent for several breaths of time before he recovered from the shock. He didn't understand why a true immortal would disguise himself as a eunuch and hide in the palace. He only knew that if he didn't answer the man's question, his life would be in danger. Chapter 44:17. Say, Senior. Mr. Wenxing's expression became extremely respectful. After calming down from the shock, he immediately organized his words in his mind and said slowly, Senior, it's like this. Perfected immortal Zhang's disciple, Ho Qing, asked King Su to help find a woman. This woman's name is Ziyun. I have some doubts because perfected immortal Zhang's master's wife also had this name. The old eunuch narrowed his eyes. Continue. Yes, Senior. Mr. Wenxing nodded hurriedly. Not long ago, a cultivator had a conflict with Magistrate Lin's son at the Immortal Arrival restaurant. It was supposed to be an ordinary conflict, but Ho Qing showed up and was very respectful to that cultivator, even addressing him as Lord. After I received the news, I paid attention to that cultivator. However, he looked exactly the same as the dragon slaying perfected immortal in the mural. Exactly the same? The old eunuch's slightly hunched body slowly straightened up. His aura surged again, causing Mr. Wenxing to be even more shocked. Where is that cultivator now? The old eunuch asked. He lives in Ho Qing's residence. Mr. Wenxing said hurriedly. The old eunuch turned around and took a step forward. His figure instantly disappeared in front of Mr. Wenxing. Mr. Wenxing only came back to his senses after a dozen breaths. His expression was extremely solemn, a perfected immortal disguised as a eunuch and hid in the palace. There must be an unknown purpose. The scariest thing was that he knew the names of all the perfected immortals in the world, but he didn't know the old eunuch. How did he hide it for so long? A perfected immortal who never showed up? How was that possible? After pondering for a while, Mr. Wenxing turned around and took another look at the mural, then hurriedly left the hall. He didn't leave the palace. Instead, he went to visit the emperor of Taihao Nation. After passing through layers of guards, Mr. Wenxing successfully saw a middle-aged man in white linen clothes. Wenxing, I heard from my subordinates that you have an urgent matter to report? The middle-aged man smiled faintly. Mr. Wenxing didn't dare to be negligent. The person in front of them was the emperor of the Taihao Nation. He wielded boundless power. Even if the various true immortals saw him, they wouldn't dare to put on airs because he was also a true immortal powerhouse. He had an endless lifespan, and he had been in charge of the Taihao Nation for 5,000 years. Your Majesty, I've discovered something extremely strange. It might be related to Empress Taihao's disappearance. Mr. Starr said in a low voice. The middle-aged man's indifferent expression changed slightly. He sized up Mr. Wenxing and said slowly, It has something to do with Empress Taihao's disappearance? Do you know how wide the implications of what you're talking about are? Empress Taihao has been missing for many years. If I'm not wrong, she would have reincarnated long ago. Does your Majesty remember true immortal dragon slayer? Mr. Starr said in a low voice, I remember. She's a good friend of Empress Taihao, and she's one of the first true immortals to comprehend the immortal art omnipotent. Empress Tai Hao once said that she has a greater chance than her to break through the final barrier and take that step that no one has taken before. Unfortunately, she didn't manage to take that step in the end. There are still a few true immortals in the world, and they're all outer sect disciples that he casually taught. The middle-aged man said indifferently, "I saw true immortal dragon slayer." Mr. Wenxing's expression was extremely complicated. "You saw true immortal dragon slayer? Are you under some kind of illusion? Or did you eat the wrong pill recently? How could such a thing happen?" The middle-aged man frowned slightly. "Your Majesty, I went to the mural and compared it. It really looks exactly like true immortal dragon slayer. Not only that, there's a true immortal hidden in the palace." Mr. Wenxing told him about his encounter. The middle-aged man's expression became even more serious. "There's an unknown true immortal hidden in the palace? How is that possible? He was a true immortal, and the palace was filled with restrictive spells. It was almost impossible for a true immortal to hide in the palace without him noticing. Otherwise, Taihao Nation would have been usurped by some ambitious true immortals." After pondering for a few breaths, the middle-aged man said indifferently, "Since this matter is related to Ho Qing, you should pay more attention to it. I heard that true immortal Jiang is coming to the capital city. When the time comes, invite him into the palace. I have something to discuss with him." "Yes." Mr. Wenxing nodded. An old man stood outside Ho Qing's residence. His expression kept changing. There was hesitation, fear and hesitation. Ho Qing's mansion was naturally guarded by guards. The old man's actions were very suspicious and were quickly discovered by the guards. Unknowingly, they had surrounded the old man. "Old man, do you know Lord Ho?" one of the guards asked in a deep voice. "I don't know him." The various expressions on the old man's face disappeared as he said indifferently, "Since you don't know him, why are you lingering in front of the residence?" The guard frowned and said, "Did a guest come to your residence recently?" The old man asked, "Why are you asking this? What's your motive?" The guards became vigilant and stared at the old man. "I might know the guest in your residence, but I'm not sure. Can you tell me what he looks like?" The old man said with a smile. The guards looked at each other, and one of them said solemnly, "I'll go and ask Lord Ho. Wait here." "Forget it. I'll go in directly." The old man shook his head and walked into the residence. The guards were enraged when they saw that. But before they could do anything, they found a terrifying aura surging from the old man. It suppressed them and made them unable to move. This aura was even more terrifying than their Lord Ho, a perfected immortal. The group of guards were shocked. This inconspicuous old man was actually a true immortal expert? Did he really know the guest that their Lord Ho had invited back? The old man slowly walked into the residence. Some people saw that he was unfamiliar and wanted to go forward to ask, but they were suppressed on the spot by his aura. Everywhere he passed, everyone seemed as if their acupoints had been sealed, and they were unable to move. Such a phenomenon quickly caused the people of the Marquis's estate to react. Ho Qing stood behind Ning Qi and looked quietly at the old man walking over from afar. The two of them were surrounded by many servants, maids, and guards of the residence. All of them looked shocked. There was someone in the capital who dared to force his way in? It's a perfected immortal. Ning Qi said lightly. Ho Qing's expression did not change. He said in a low voice, "Lord, with your strength, can you deal with him? As long as you can delay him, the capital will react." "I'll give it a try." Ning Qi smiled faintly. He also wanted to see if a perfected immortal could pose a threat to him in the underworld. Or rather, if the Buddha beads could pull this person into the underworld. The old man quickly walked to a place less than 15 feet away from the two of them. His eyes were fixed on Ning Qi. Ning Qi suddenly gave up on the idea of attacking. The old man's eyes were very strange. He could not put his finger on it, but he could feel that there was no malice. "And master," the old man suddenly stopped and said in a hoarse voice. Chapter 44:18. Master? Ho Ching's face revealed a trace of astonishment. The others also looked at the old man in astonishment. The old man's master was obviously talking to the distinguished guest of their master. Could it be that this terrifying expert with the aura of a genuine immortal was the disciple of the distinguished guest invited by their master? Then, wouldn't the strength of this esteemed guest be? "Elder, who are you?" Ning Chi was silent for several breaths of time before he slowly spoke. Even their voices are the same. The old man muttered to himself. He then slowly knelt on the ground and said in a low voice, "Nalan Wuji, an abandoned disciple of the immortal splendid sect, greets Master." Even though the true immortal was kneeling down, the aura emanating from his body would not weaken at all. Instead, it gave everyone an even greater impact on their senses. "No wonder Milord said that we should address him as Milord when he's around." Realization dawned on someone. "Seal this place." Ning Chi looked at Ho Ching. Ho Ching nodded slightly and shouted in a low voice, "The mansion is sealed. No one is allowed to leave. All of you retreat." "Yes." Everyone hurriedly replied and left the place. The Marquis Manor had also entered a state of lockdown, refusing to see any guests or go out. Only Ho Ching and the old man kneeling on the ground were left beside Ning Chi. "You say that I'm your master, but I'm just a Tao integration cultivator and you're a perfected immortal," Ning Chi said lightly. "Master has reincarnated and his memories have yet to recover. It's normal for him to not recognize an abandoned disciple," the old man whispered. Ho Ching frowned slightly. Ning Chi was the reincarnation of his grandmaster. If the person in front of him was also his grandmaster's disciple, wouldn't that make him his martial uncle or martial uncle? Why had he never seen him before? With that thought, Ho Ching immediately voiced his doubts and looked at the old man suspiciously. "Your master, Jiang Haolong, entered the sect after me. Naturally, you have never seen me before. He is merely an outer disciple. What right does he have to know of my existence?" The old man looked at Ho Ching with disdain in his eyes. The Jiang Haolong he spoke of was one of the current extreme Tao experts, Jiang Xinxian. However, his words were filled with disdain. Ho Ching fell into deep thought. Ning Chi felt that if the old man in front of him wasn't lying, then he could tell him everything that he couldn't remember. "You don't have to kneel. Get up and talk," Ning Chi said. Nalan Wuji didn't get up. He slowly said, "Master, this disciple is unfilial and accidentally revealed the secret which caused Master and Master's wife to be separated by life and death. This disciple will just kneel." Ning Chi said with a strange expression, "So, you know the cause of my death in my previous life?" Nalan Wuji was silent for a few breaths before he slowly nodded. "How did I die in my previous life? Also, what kind of place is the immortal splendid sect? Tell me in detail." Ning Chi said. Nalan Wuji said in a low voice, "Master, the immortal splendid sect was once one of the strongest immortal sects in this world apart from the Taihao kingdom. In that era, there were 3 perfected immortals who were closest to the void-breaking realm. The first was Empress Taihao, the second was Primeval Lord of Heaven, and the third was the dragon-slaying Emperor. He was also known as the dragon-slaying true immortal. Great Heaven Empress is definitely not me, right?" Ning Chi said in a low voice. "Of course not." Nalan Wuji was stunned for a moment before he quickly shook his head. "Master is the dragon-slaying Emperor. The immortal splendid sect was founded by Master. However, after Master passed away, Empress Taihao went missing and Primeval Lord of Heaven successfully broke through the void-breaking realm. The immortal splendid sect was divided and devoured by others. I'm afraid that apart from Jiang Haolong and his fellow disciples, no one else in this world knows of the immortal splendid Sect's existence. Jiang Haolong has fellow disciples? They're also my disciples? Ning Qi's eyes flickered. They're a bunch of outer disciples, traitors. If they didn't leak Master's whereabouts, how could other perfected immortals covet Master's whereabouts and cause Master's failure to break through the void-breaking realm? Nailan Wuji gritted his teeth. Ho Qing's expression was strange. Could his master be the culprit behind his grandmaster's death? Be careful. Ning Qi frowned. By the way, tell me where your master's wife is. Master's wife's whereabouts have been erratic ever since you died. No one knows where she is. I've tried to find her, but I couldn't find any trace of her. Nailan Wuji said guiltily, at that time, if I didn't accidentally tell my friend that Master and the other two perfected immortals found an ancient immortal treasure land with the secret of breaking through the void-breaking realm, all the perfected immortals in the world wouldn't have secretly joined hands. At that time, Master, Empress Taihao, and Lord of Primordial Origin were fully prepared and went to the ancient immortal treasure land, intending to break through the void-breaking realm and break through the last realm of perfected immortality. However, Jiang Haolong and the other traitors were bribed by those perfected immortals. With their cooperation, Master and the other two perfected immortals found them at the critical moment, and a battle broke out. When I heard the news, Master was already dead. Empress Taihao was nowhere to be found, and only one of the perfected immortals survived. There was a whirlpool in the sky above the ancient immortal treasure land. The perfected immortal who was still breathing pointed at the whirlpool and said, Lord of Primordial Origin, before he died. That was how I guessed that Lord of Primordial Origin had broken through the void-breaking realm. After that, I brought Master's body back to the immortal splendid sect. Master's wife, she didn't want to believe that Master was dead. For 100 years, she used all kinds of secret arts, trying to wake Master up. She even went to the underworld herself. But later, Jiang Haolong and the others all became true immortals, and in a surprise attack, they destroyed Master's corpse, completely cutting off Master's wife's hopes. It was also at that time that Disciple found out that Jiang Haolong and the others were the greatest traitors of the immortal, magnificent sect. You were already a perfected immortal at that time. Ning Qi said calmly. Yes, but I was expelled from the sect and couldn't help in time. By the time I learned of this, the immortal splendid sect had been completely destroyed, and Jiang Haolong and the others had secured their positions as perfected immortals. I was no match for them when they joined forces, so I could only lie low and wait for the right time. Now that Master has returned, they will definitely tremble in fear when they learn of it. Nailan Wuji's eyes revealed a trace of deep-seated hatred as he spoke. If it wasn't for Jiang Haolong and the others, how could his master have died? If what you said is true, then the one who benefited the most from this should be Lord of Primordial Origin, who has already broken through the void-breaking realm. Ning Qi said with a smile. Lord of Primordial Origin? Nailan Wuji was stunned, and he said subconsciously, Master, you are very close to Empress Taihao and Lord of Primordial Origin. No matter how close you are in the face of profit, even the closest of kin can become enemies. According to what you said, what were Jiang Haolong and the others' cultivation levels at that time? Ning Qi said, Fusing Dao. Nailan Wuji said, Since it was fusing Dao, even if they worked together from the inside, it wouldn't have any effect. If it was Lord of Primordial Origin, it would be different. However, my memory hasn't recovered, so I can't be sure. Now, I just want to find your master's wife. Ning Qi smiled. Disciple, why did you seal the mansion? Suddenly, a deep voice came from outside. Ho Qing looked at Ning Qi and said, My master is here. Chapter 44:19. Jiang Haolong is here. Nailan Wuji's eyes flashed with a smirk. Why aren't you getting up? Ning Qi said, Yes, master. Nailan Wuji quickly stood up and walked behind Ning Qi. He could kneel, but not in front of Jiang Haolong. Not long after the voice was heard, a figure slowly walked in. The newcomer had a majestic gait, and his aura was extraordinary. He first glanced at Ho Ching, then at Nailan Wuji. They had never met before, so he did not recognize Nailan Wuji. Then his gaze fell on Ning Qi. What he saw caused Jiang Haolong's expression to instantly freeze. His body stopped where he was. That face had frequently appeared in his dreams for countless years. He had never thought that one day he would actually see it in reality. Jiang Haolong, traitor of the immortal splendid sect, why aren't you kneeling in front of your master? Nailan Wuji said coldly, That's right. Even if he's reincarnated, it's impossible for him to have his past memories and cultivation. Jiang Haolong's expression softened, and he pretended that nothing had happened. He glanced at Nailan Wuji and asked, And who are you? I'm Nailan Wuji, an abandoned disciple of the immortal splendid sect. Nailan Wuji said calmly. Jiang Haolong was startled, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. You're not dead yet, dead? How would I dare to die without seeing Master's return? Nailan Wuji sneered. Jiang Haolong's expression stiffened again when he thought of Nailan Wuji's identity. He subconsciously glanced at Ning Qi from the corner of his eyes. Master, this is indeed the Grandmaster. Ho Qing smiled. The Grandmaster has returned from the netherworld. Jiang Haolong did not understand why Ho Qing was with Nailan Wuji, nor did he understand how Ho Qing was able to contact Nailan Wuji. However, he gradually figured out some things, and his heart was filled with confidence. Jiang Haolong looked at Ning Qi and said slowly, You do look exactly like my master, the true immortal dragon slayer. However, even if you're his reincarnation, you're not him now. Master is master. With master strength, he will regain his memories sooner or later. Since you've come today, it saves us the trouble of making another trip. Back then, you led your men to betray Master and caused his death. You're a disgraceful and unfilial son. It's time to settle this debt properly today. Nailan Wuji said coldly. Hee, I betrayed Master? Actually, you can put it that way, but in reality it was Primordial Origin Lord who found me first and asked me to inform him. With my cultivation level back then, I couldn't refuse Primordial Lord of Primordial Origin. If I did, I would have died. Furthermore, even though I've reached Tao integration in the Immortal Splendor sect, I'm still an outer sect disciple. Master has never looked me in the eye, but Primordial Lord of Primordial Origin promised to take me in as his personal disciple. He's just a messenger. If it were you, what would you do? Jiang Haolong said calmly, The Primordial Lord of Primordial Origin. Nailan Wuji subconsciously glanced at Ning Qi. His master was right. There was a shadow of the Primordial Lord of Primordial Origin. Just then, two figures walked in one after another. It was a woman, a Taoist priest. You guys are here too. Nailan Wuji narrowed his eyes. Jiang Haolong must have sensed something before coming here, or else he wouldn't have called his junior brother and junior sister over. The two of them were also among the perfected immortals in the world, but Nailan Wuji didn't take them seriously. There were strong and weak perfected immortals, and he alone could easily defeat the two of them. When the two of them saw Ning Qi, fear flashed across their eyes. However, they heaved sighs of relief when they remembered that Jiang Haolong was here as well. Ho Qing's eyes were solemn. His Uncle Master and Uncle Master were here as well, a total of 3 perfected immortals, while their side only had 1 perfected immortal. Apart from that, there were several other perfected immortals in the capital. If they were on Jiang Haolong's side, they would most likely lose this time. Nailan Wuji, since you were once my fellow disciple, you should leave now. This matter has nothing to do with you. Jiang Haolong said calmly, You're my fellow disciple? Although I was expelled, I was once an inner disciple. You're just an outer disciple. How can you be compared to me? Nailan Wuji sneered and slowly walked toward Jiang Haolong and the others. His aura skyrocketed. In an instant, his aura shrouded the entire marquee residence. Jiang Haolong's eyes flickered with surprise. "You're close to senior brother." The woman and the Taoist priest looked at Jiang Haolong with fear in their eyes. His aura was extremely close to the level of female Empress Taihao, the dragon-slaying perfected immortal, and the primordial Tao Lord. They were no match for him at all. "Master, you're really biased to give him the true inheritance. Otherwise, how could he have reached this level?" Jiang Haolong looked at Ning Qi with a twisted expression. "I haven't recovered my memories yet. I don't deserve to be called master." Ning Qi said calmly, "That's right. You don't deserve to be my master either. Emperor Taihao, why aren't you making your move yet? Your Taihao kingdom has been hidden by a perfected immortal for many years. Yet you didn't notice it. You've neglected your duty." Jiang Haolong said sternly. In an instant, golden rain suddenly fell from the sky. The people in the capital looked up and were shocked. Upon closer inspection, they realized that it wasn't golden rain but golden swords. They were densely packed and intimidating. The golden swords turned into a sword formation and emitted a terrifying aura that instantly suppressed Nailan Wuji. Then Mr. Wenxing and a middle-aged man slowly appeared in the void. There were several figures standing behind the middle-aged man, and they all looked at Nailan Wuji in surprise. When did such a perfected immortal appear in the capital? His aura was much stronger than any of the perfected immortals present. Chapter 44:20. Master, this is the Cyan Rain sword array left behind by Empress Taihao. Nailan Wuji's expression finally turned solemn. In the entire Taihao nation, he was not afraid of Emperor Taihao. Compared to Empress Taihao, the current Emperor Taihao was much weaker. However, he was rather afraid of the Cyan Rain sword array. Even he was not confident that he could retreat safely if he activated it with all his might. Emperor Taihao, you let a perfected immortal hide in the capital for so many years. I'm really disappointed. Jiang Haolong looked at Emperor Taihao, his eyes flashing with mockery. Perfected immortal Jiang, it's not the right time to talk about this, Emperor Taihao said coldly. Emperor Taihao said coldly. Then his gaze landed on Ning Qi, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Similar, really similar. However, so many years have passed. Even if something happened in the Great Yin realm and all living beings reincarnated into the Yang realm, it's only been 6 or 7 years. How much cultivation can he recover in 6 or 7 years? At this point, Emperor Taihao narrowed his eyes slightly. Tao integration. Emperor Taihao revealed a smile and sneered at Jiang Haolong. After so many years, you're still afraid of him. We're not even sure if he's reincarnated. Even if he is, he's only a Tao integration cultivator. Why are you afraid of him? Jiang Haolong's expression suddenly changed a few times. Then he said gloomily, you participated in what happened back then too. You've taken quite a lot of benefits from Primordial Lord of Heaven. So settle this matter before you. Nailan Wuji's expression changed a few times. Seeing this, Jiang Haolong sneered, you think you know the truth? But you actually don't know anything at all. Back then, not only Grand, perfected immortal dragon slayer was involved. Even Empress Taihao was involved. In the end, Primordial Lord of Heaven succeeded in shattering the void, but we're still wasting our lifespans in this world. He's the biggest winner. Nailan Wuji's expression turned very ugly. He did not expect that the other party would not only target his master, but also betray Empress Taihao. All the immortal Tao inheritances in the world started with Empress Taihao, but those perfected immortals betrayed her instead. How sinister! There's no need to tell them so much. Emperor Taihao frowned slightly. Nailan Wuji had investigated Jiang Haolong, but he didn't know his role in it. Now that Jiang Haolong had said it word by word, it was clear that he wanted to drag him down with him. What's there to be afraid of? Since I've already done it, I'll admit it. I'm not afraid. Activate the Cyan Rain sword formation and kill them. Jiang Haolong said calmly. Humph! Where's your disciple? This time he came back to find Zian, and I felt that it was strange. I really didn't expect that the dragon slayer true immortal really came back from the netherworld. Emperor Taihao said indifferently. Jiang Haolong glanced at Ho Qing. Are you going to stand there or come over to Master's side? Master. This disciple will naturally follow Grandmaster. Ho Qing smiled. Ha ha ha, Jiang Haolong. I didn't expect that even though you're not a son, your disciple really knows how to respect his teacher. Naylan Wuji let out a long laugh. Then the aura within his body suddenly surged, and a special force enveloped Ning Qi and Ho Qing. Master, Ho Qing, I'll send you out of this place first. I'll stay behind to defend against the Azure Rain sword formation. I'll meet up with you when the time comes. Naylan Wuji's voice sounded in Ning Qi and Ho Qing's ears. However, Emperor Taihao seemed to have sensed his intentions. He immediately shouted coldly, Edict, kill! Instantly, the golden swords in the sky pointed at Ning Qi. Terrifying killing intent enveloped Ning Qi and company, causing Naylan Wuji's aura to be disrupted. Should we kill or not? Emperor Taihao looked at Jiang Haolong. Since he wants to betray the sect, let's kill him as well. Jiang Haolong said coldly. 100 flowers, literature, all right. An aura of annihilation swept out from the swords, erupting with a deafening sound as it swept towards Ning Qi and company. A solemn look flashed in Naylan Wuji's eyes. Just as he was about to respond, he suddenly sensed a special aura sweeping out from Ning Qi's body. A Buddha bead appeared in Ning Qi's glabella. When Jiang Haolong, Emperor Taihao, and company saw the Buddha bead, their eyes flashed with horror as they cried out involuntarily. Ancient immortal treasure? I finally know why he was able to come out from the netherworld. After so many years, his primordial spirit hasn't been obliterated. It's all because of this ancient immortal treasure protecting him. A look of greed flashed in Emperor Taihao's eyes. I originally thought that this treasure had already been obtained by primordial origin Dao Lord and went to another world. I didn't expect it to still be with him. Jiang Haolong, don't fight with me this time. Otherwise, you'll be the next one killed by the Green Rain sword formation. This ancient, immortal treasure is mine. Jiang Haolong shouted. He ignored the Green Rain sword formation and charged towards Ning Qi. Emperor Taihao was also slightly taken aback by this unexpected scene. The other party was willing to risk being injured to snatch this item. However, it was already too late for him to stop the other party. But in the next second, everything changed. The sky turned gloomy. The Green Rain sword formation had already disappeared. The only ones that didn't change were Emperor Taihao and company. They suddenly appeared in such a place, and their faces revealed a trace of astonishment. Where is this? Jiang Haolong stopped moving and was bewildered. This is the netherworld. Ning Qi grinned. This is the netherworld. Impossible. The grand netherworld has already vanished without a trace, and the minor netherworld is under our control. Jiang Haolong cried out involuntarily. The woman and the Taoist revealed surprised and bewildered expressions. Emperor Taihao and the others had fallen into shock as well. But in next to no time, their gazes descended onto the space between Ning Qi's brows in unison. It's an ancient, immortal treasure. Jiang Haolong's expression became extremely livid. Emperor Taihao's figure flashed, and he led the other true immortals to stand by Jiang Haolong's side. He said in a low voice, "It's definitely the might of an ancient, immortal treasure. Besides the might of this treasure, how could it possibly draw all of us into this strange place?" When he spoke up to hear, Emperor Taihao paused for a moment, and then he looked at Jiang Haolong. "We must join forces and crush him here today. Otherwise, if he's allowed to rise, then Empress Taihao and primordial origin Dao Lord won't be able to suppress him in this world, and he'll be invincible in the world." Yes. Jiang Haolong nodded slightly. and then he looked at Ning Qi coldly. "You're really like a ghost that won't go away. Even if you go to the grand netherworld, you can still climb out of it. Unfortunately, no matter what magic treasure you have today, you're no match for us true immortals." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Haolong suddenly pointed at Ning Qi, and a golden dragon-shaped flying sword that seemed to tear through the void appeared in front of Ning Qi. "Master, be careful." Nailan Wuji also used his technique, but at the next moment he found that the flying sword stopped moving, and it just stopped quietly in midair. Impossible. Chapter 44:21. Looking at the motionless flying sword hovering in midair, Jiang Haolong was shocked and horrified. No matter how he urged it, the flying sword could not move an inch. He could no longer feel the connection between him and the flying sword. How is this possible? Jiang Haolong muttered to himself. He did not even see how the other party attacked. But the other party had silently severed the connection between him and the flying sword? Emperor Taihao also noticed that something was wrong with Jiang Haolong and immediately bellowed, "What's wrong with you?" Jiang Haolong opened his mouth, but ultimately did not make a sound. "Master?" Nailan Wuji hurriedly looked at Ning Qi. The only explanation for this situation was Ning Qi. "Is it that ancient immortal treasure?" Emperor Taihao's expression became nervous. Ning Qi extended his hand and tapped the flying sword gently. The flying sword turned to dust in front of everyone's eyes. Perfected immortals are already the top combat power in the Yang realm, but the power of the Yang realm surpasses that of the Yang realm? Ning Qi's eyes revealed a look of contemplation. When he first learned that there was a Yang realm and that he was previously in the Yang realm, he was shocked and in disbelief. Later on, he gradually believed it. But from the looks of it, the so-called Yang realm did not seem to be the case. Logically speaking, the power of the Yang realm should only be below that of the Yang realm. If the Yang realm surpassed the Yang realm, why couldn't the Yang realm be the Yang realm? Was it because people in the Yang realm would be brought into the Yang realm after they died? Seeing that Ning Qi was thinking about something, Jiang Haolong suddenly transmitted his voice to Emperor Taihao and the others. "We are not his match here. Either we destroy this place, or we escape." Destroy this place? Emperor Taihao and the other perfected immortals found it impossible. The aura here was exactly the same as a real world. What ability did they have to destroy this world? That was an expert who could shatter the void. They were far from that level. In that case, there was only one option left: escape. The few of them had a tacit understanding and fled in different directions. When Nailan Wuji saw this, he hurriedly said to Ning Qi, "Master, they escaped." Ning Qi ignored him and continued to ponder. Seeing that, Nailan Wuji's eyes flashed with a hint of anxiety. The power that his master had displayed just now had clearly suppressed the other party. If he did not seize this opportunity to capture and kill the other party, it would be very easy for a true immortal to hide. Ho Qing, on the other hand, was quite calm. At the same time, he looked around curiously. The underworld. He had never been there. It was just that he had stayed here for a while before, and at that time he didn't have a good chance to feel the aura of the underworld. There is indeed a gap between the Yang realm, and the cultivation of the Grandmaster here has far surpassed that of a genuine immortal. Could it be that he is an expert at the void-breaking realm? Ho Qing thought to himself. After an unknown period of time, Ning Qi finally woke up from his contemplation. Upon seeing this, Nailan Wuji quickly whispered, "Master, Jiang Haolong and the others have already escaped when you were thinking about things." "Escaped? Isn't it still there?" Ning Qi smiled faintly. Nailan Wuji was slightly stunned. He looked ahead, subconsciously, and saw Jiang Haolong and the others. However, the movements of this group of people were very strange. They still maintained the posture of escaping and were also trying their best to escape. However, from beginning to end, they couldn't pull away from them and kept flying in the same place. It was just that Jiang Haolong and the others didn't notice the state. The underworld and the Yang realm? Ning Qi's eyes narrowed slightly. There must be a connection between the two. There was no doubt about it. However, this connection might not be as simple as the underworld and the Yang realm. It's about time. Jiang Haolong felt that he had escaped far enough. He stopped and subconsciously looked behind him. In the end, he saw Ning Qi and the others staring at him. A trace of cold sweat slowly dripped from Jiang Haolong's forehead. How was this possible? He had clearly escaped far enough just now, but now it seemed that he hadn't moved at all? Jiang Haolong tried hard to calm himself down. Without saying a word, he madly urged the spiritual energy in his body and continued to escape. After a few breaths, he stopped and turned to look at Ning Qi and the others. In his eyes, there was a trace of fear. He couldn't run. Not only him, but Emperor Taihao and the others also couldn't run. However, the group of people hadn't realized this and were still trying to escape from Ning Qi's control. Not running anymore. Ning Qi smiled faintly. And Master, disciple knows his mistake. Jiang Haolong suddenly knelt down with regret in his eyes. Do you know your mistake now? It's too late. You deceived your master and destroyed your ancestors. You don't deserve to live in this world. Master, let me help you clean up your sect. Naylan Wuji sneered and cupped his fists at Ning Qi. Keep him for now. He's useful, Ning Qi said faintly. Naylan Wuji was a little unwilling, but he didn't dare to disobey Ning Qi's words. He could only remain silent. Jiang Haolong immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, Master. Don't call me Master. I'm keeping you because you're still useful to me. I want to know the whereabouts of Ziyun. You must have been looking for her all these years, Ning Qi said faintly. Chapter 44:22. Jiang Haolong was silent. Ning Qi looked at him, and a smile appeared in his eyes. Tell me, where is she? She is in a dangerous place, the domain of Snowfield. Jiang Haolong whispered. The domain of Snowfield? Naylan Wuji took a deep breath and stared at Jiang Haolong. Did you force Master's wife to that place? No, not me. She is looking for something. Jiang Haolong said quickly. Is there anyone else around her? Ning Qi said lightly. Jiang Haolong was surprised. How did he know there was someone else around Ziyin? Tell me, don't make me ask again and again. Ning Qi said lightly. Yes, there's a little girl. Jiang Haolong whispered. Found her. Ning Qi was silent for a few seconds, and a smile gradually appeared in his eyes. After so many years, he finally found it. What does the little girl look like? Ning Qi smiled. Jiang Haolong immediately used spiritual qi to show the appearance of the little girl. After seeing it, Ning Qi was completely relieved. It was his daughter Ning Haotian. She didn't look much different from when she was taken away. Where is the domain of Snowfield? Ning Qi asked. Master, the domain of Snowfield is extremely dangerous. You can't enter without permission, Naylan Wuji hurriedly said. Master's memory may not have been restored. It is the place where the Great Way spreads. All the Great Ways spread from the domain of Snowfield. You, Empress Taihao and Lord of Primordial Lord of Heaven, once wanted to explore it, but were blocked by a mysterious force. Lord of Primordial Lord of Heaven tried to force his way in, but his foundation was hurt. He only recovered after decades of recovery. Since your master's wife can go in, so can I. Just tell me where the domain of Snowfield is. Ning Qi smiled lightly. Naylan Wuji was very anxious when his persuasion failed. Jiang Haolong immediately told Ning Qi the location of the domain of Snowfield and said, I have told you everything I know. It was Lord of Primordial Lord of Heaven who wanted to kill you. It really has nothing to do with me. Please let me go for the sake of our master and disciple relationship. Before we get to the bottom of things, none of you should leave. Ning Qi smiled faintly. A mighty divine power swept out from his body. In an instant, Jiang Haolong and the others seemed to be frozen. They were motionless. All their expressions and postures were still the same as they were a second ago. Ning Qi put away the Yin realm fragment, and everyone returned to the Yang realm. Jiang Haolong and the others' condition did not change at all, and they stood motionlessly in the same place. Master, they are. Naylan Wuji was inexplicably shocked. This kind of method was really too terrifying. His current cultivation was actually almost at the level of his master's previous life. However, from the looks of it now, his master's methods in this life had become even more terrifying. They were so terrifying that even he could not understand them. They are under my restrictive magic and can't move. If I don't personally dispel it, then no one in this world will be able to wake them up. I'll go find your master's wife. They'll stand here for now. I'll give you a mission. Find all the children who reincarnated into the world of the living a few years ago and bring them to the capital. I don't care what methods you use or what price you pay. Ning Qi asked Naylan Wuji and Ho Qing. Yes, master. Naylan Wuji nodded immediately. Emperor Taihao was also restrained, and so were the other perfected immortals in the capital. Currently, no one in the entire Taihao nation had a higher cultivation level than him. Without Emperor Taihao, no one could preside over the Green Rain sword array. No one in the Taihao nation could threaten him anymore. It would not be a big problem to complete the mission that Ning Qi had given him. King Su is a tactful person. As long as you explain this matter to him clearly, he will cooperate, Ho Qing said. Ning Qi nodded slightly. Then he moved and headed in the direction that Naylan Wuji mentioned. After Ning Qi left, hundreds of vague figures gradually approached from the capital. Most of these people were Dao integration experts. Not far behind them, there were a few auras that were stronger than them. They were obviously perfected immortals, but they did not dare to approach this place. Perfected immortal Jiang, Emperor Taihao and Mr. Wenxing. They are. A Dao integration consecrator from King Su's residence looked at the scene in front of him in shock. This group of perfected immortal experts stood motionless on the spot. This was obviously not right. Fortunately, he saw Ho Qing. Consecrator Ho, what's going on? The Green Rain sword array just now. Is King Su here? Ho Qing suddenly asked. Yes, behind him. The consecrator nodded hurriedly. Ho Qing said to Naylan Wuji, Uncle Master, I'll go and inform King Su. Go ahead. Naylan Wuji smiled and nodded. Ho Qing walked toward the crowd, and the crowd subconsciously made way for him. Then he saw King Su behind the crowd. Ho Qing, can you explain what happened here? My big brother. King Su looked at Emperor Taihao with a complicated expression. All the perfected immortals he was familiar with were in a strange state. It was as if they were imprisoned by some kind of power. However, it was hard for him to imagine what kind of power in this world could imprison such a group of experts. King Su, it's a long story. Don't get excited. Listen to me slowly, Ho Qing said with a smile. After that, he picked out some of the things that happened. King Su's expression changed slightly when he learned that the legendary dragon slayer True Immortal, who had a good relationship with Empress Taihao, had successfully reincarnated into the world of the living, and that it was he who imprisoned this group of perfected immortal experts, including Emperor Taihao, Jiang Haolong, and the others. He could not help but show a trace of shock on his face. Dragon Slayer True Immortal is the one who just left, King Su said in a low voice. Yes. Ho Qing nodded slightly. He imprisoned Emperor Taihao and the others here. What's his purpose? King Su said with a complicated expression. Emperor Taihao was the ruler of Taihao Nation, and the Green Rain sword array was mainly controlled by him. Taihao Nation had such a status in the world because of the Green Rain sword array. Emperor Taihao, Jiang Haolong, and the others had done something that involved my grandmaster. Now, my grandmaster has gone to find Master's wife. When he finds her, he will know how he plans to deal with Emperor Taihao and the others. King Su, you did not participate in this matter, so you can stay out of it. Ho Qing said. Taihao Nation is a whole. How can I stay out of it? King Su muttered to himself. King Su, don't think too much. Now that things have come to this, we can only go with the flow. There are some things that you can't interfere with. Ho Qing shook his head. After a pause, he continued, Master asked us to find the young men and women who reincarnated into the world of the living at the same time as him. I hope that we can get King Su's help in this matter. This is not a problem. I will issue an order for all parties to help find them. Bring them to the capital. King Su nodded slightly. Yes. Chapter 44:23. The Domain of Snowfield. Master, we can't go any further. Ning Haotian blinked and looked at Ziyin. This was the deepest part of the domain of Snowfield, the source of the Great Path. Here, with every step, one would be attacked by all kinds of chaotic great paths. These great paths were like sharp blades that could injure people all over, or even kill them. Rumor has it that there is a temple at the end of the Great Path, and the Great Path originated from that temple. You were born in that place, and now I'm just taking you home. Let's keep going. Ziyin smiled and held Ning Haotian's little hand. She kept walking forward, her aura constantly surging out to block the chaotic Great Path. Ning Haotian's cultivation was lower than hers, so he could only move forward slowly under her protection. She had been observing Ziyun's state. When she found that Ziyun's face was pale, her lips purple, and her aura unstable, she immediately stopped. Master, don't go any further. Ning Haotian shook his head slowly. We should be there soon. Ziyin shook her head slightly. Master, if you keep going, you will die. You keep saying that Father has come to the world of the living. Don't you want to see him? Ning Haotian's expression was complicated. Over the years, she had gradually learned part of the truth. She missed her parents and was waiting for the day she could meet them and her brother. As for finding the temple and recovering her memories in the world of the living, was it really that important? She didn't understand why Ziyin insisted on doing this. I won't die here. I have a feeling. You must go back to that temple. The place where primordial Lord of Heaven went may be different from what we imagined. If he returns to this world, it may not be a good thing. Ziyin said calmly, Master, didn't the primordial Lord of Heaven you mentioned break through the void-breaking realm? Then he should have gone to a higher world. Why did he come back? Even if he comes back, what can he do to the world of the living? Ning Haotian didn't quite understand. Over the years, I've flipped through ancient records and visited countless ancient ruins. The ancient immortal treasure land your father found wasn't the only one in the world. There are countless similar places in the world. Telling you all this now won't prove my conjecture. Only by returning to the temple can you help Master and your father in the future. Be good. Ziyin patted Ning Haotian's cheek and said with a smile. Ning Haotian clenched his teeth. Master, if your life is really in danger, then I won't continue on this path, even if I die. All right, just give it a try. Ziyin protected Ning Haotian and continued to walk deeper. After walking for an unknown period of time, the originally chaotic power of the Great Path gradually became orderly and no longer attacked the two women. Ning Haotian was surprised. Her master was right. Could they really go deeper into the snowfield? That temple! Ning Haotian suddenly stopped and pointed into the distance. What did you see? Ziyin frowned slightly. Master, you can't see it? Ning Haotian asked in surprise. As expected, you have a close relationship with that place. You saw that temple, right? Ziyin's lips curled up slightly. There is indeed a temple on that big snow mountain. Ning Haotian nodded slightly and asked curiously, Master, you really can't see it? Master is a perfected immortal. Perfected immortal, so what? Your father was also a perfected immortal, but he still died. If it weren't for the special nature of this world, he would have died for real. How could he have the chance to be reincarnated? Zi Yun shook his head in self-mockery. After a pause, he said, "Let's not talk about this. Since we have seen that temple, our efforts over these years haven't been in vain. Now you lead the way." "All right." Ning Haoqian nodded. The two women continued forward. Before long, Ning Haoqian saw a staircase leading to the top of the snow mountain. She used to be a little skeptical about everything Ziyin said, but now she really believed it. Someone had lived in the depths of the snowfield. Otherwise, where did this staircase come from? Time ticked by. After walking for an unknown period of time, Ning Haoqian finally arrived in front of the temple. "Master, can't you see it?" Ning Haoqian looked at Zi Yun. "I see it." Zi Yun looked at the temple with a complicated expression on his face. From the moment she stepped on the first step, she saw the temple that only existed in legends. "Let's go in," Zi Yun said slowly after a few moments of silence. "Yes, master." Ning Haoqian nodded. When they arrived in front of the temple, the door of the temple suddenly opened by itself. Ning Haoqian glanced inside in surprise and uncertainty. "This place shouldn't be dangerous for you, but you'd better stand behind me," Ziyin said. "No, master, since you said that I once lived here, then this should be my hometown. How can I let master walk in front of me?" Ning Haoqian shook her head and walked in first. Just as she stepped into the temple, a beam of light suddenly shot out from the temple and entered Ning Haoqian's body. Ning Haoqian slowly rose into the air in front of Ziyun. Her eyes were closed, and a special symbol kept appearing and disappearing between her eyebrows, appearing and disappearing again and again, repeating the process. Ziyun's face was solemn as he quietly watched the process. After an unknown period of time, Ning Haoqian slowly landed on the ground. When she opened her eyes again, a divine light flashed in them. She looked at her hands and body in a daze, then looked at Ziyun with a complicated expression. "Ziyun, I asked you to send me to the netherworld to reincarnate and make up for my damaged source so that I can regain control of the Great Tao. Why did you let me reincarnate as Big Brother Ning's daughter? You've really recovered your memory." Ziyun breathed a sigh of relief, and a faint smile appeared in his eyes. "It was an accident. There wasn't enough time. If I hadn't sent you to reincarnate earlier, your last bit of charm would have dissipated. Rather than placing you in an ordinary family, wasting endless time, taking countless detours, and even having to reincarnate dozens or hundreds of times, it was better to send you here in one go. Reality has proven that I made the right choice. You only reincarnated once, and your damaged source was restored. Now that you're back here, your cultivation should be restored to its original state, right? It's restored, but you're also..." Ning Haoqian furrowed his brows and let out a long sigh. This woman was way too petty. Right now, she had no choice but to swallow this grievance. "You didn't have time to tell me about the secrets of this world, but I found a lot of clues over the years. Was the place where Primordial Lord of primordial origin once broke the void and went to the realm of Earth Immortals?" Ziyun smiled. Chapter 44:24. Ning Haoqian was silent for a few moments, then nodded. "That place is indeed called the Earth God Realm. My memories were sealed, and I was imprisoned in the Earth God Realm. I was thrown into the grand skyscraping starry prison to become a guard. I lost all memory of the Earth God Realm, so I thought this was where I was born." Ning Haoqian looked around, a complicated look in his eyes. "What did you say? Grand skyscraping starry prison? Is that what the Earth God Realm calls this place? Were you suppressed here by someone?" A wisp of surprise flashed through Ziyun's eyes. She had found many clues, but she had never thought that Ning Haoqian, the Empress Taihao who spread the great Tao to the world and unified all cultivation realms and immortal arts, was from the Earth God Realm. Prison, as in prison. Ning Haotian said slowly, "This is just a prison. The living beings here were all imprisoned here after the Earth God realm was suppressed, but they have long lost their memories." A prison? Zi Yun muttered to herself. "I was born in a prison. The Yin realm and the Yang realm were originally a realm, but the master of the great skyscraping starry prison created a cycle of reincarnation in order to allow this realm to operate on its own, preventing us from recovering our memories. The people in this realm will never truly perish from the start to the end. The master of the grand skyscraping starry prison is one of the best in the Earth God realm. This is one of his divine powers." Ning Haotian's expression was ugly. "You said that this place is a prison, and you also said that you were suppressed here. Why were you able to become the guard of this place in the temple?" Zi Yun cast aside all distracting thoughts and stared at Ning Haotian calmly. "Because of my surname." Ning Haotian was silent for a few moments. "Because of your surname?" Zi Yun frowned. "What does that have to do with your surname?" "When I was in the Earth God realm, my surname was Su. It was a taboo in the Earth God realm for many years. Rumor has it that there was an ancestral patriarch of the Su family who surpassed the limits of the Earth God realm a long, long time ago and became a primordial god. However, the patriarch's path to godhood was not smooth. Countless beings who tried to stop him died at his hands. The patriarch had ascended to the divine throne from Lele's corpse. During that period, the Su family was at its peak. We surpassed the true dragon tribe and led the human race to rule the Earth God realm. But the patriarch had become a god after all. His vision was no longer limited to the Earth God realm. In the past countless years, when others realized that the patriarch had not returned to the Earth God realm, they launched a massacre against the Su clan. From then on, the Su clan declined. Even though their clansmen were scattered all over the land and it was impossible to kill them all, they had completely lost their former glory. The master of the great skyscraping starry prison knows that I have the Su clan's bloodline. Hence, even though he is suppressing me, he does not dare to go overboard. Any expert of his level would be worried that one day my Su clan's old ancestor will return. Ning Haotian slowly narrated. In that case, your Su family was once one of the top families in the Earth God realm. Zi Yun nodded slowly. The present is different from the past. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been suppressed here. Now that I've recovered my memories, I can think of a way to leave this world. Ning Haotian said, "Even if you want to leave, you have to wait for your father." Zi Yun said slowly. Ning Haotian nodded slightly. In this life, she was indeed Ning Qi's daughter. That was undeniable. Ning Haotian couldn't help but glance at Zi Yun again when he thought of how they were brother and sister in the past life and became father and daughter in this life. Sister Zi Yun, the underworld is now completely empty. I have a way that might be able to dissolve the barrier between the two worlds and remove the tricks of the great skyscraping starry prison's master. If it succeeds, the underworld will be the Yang world and the Yang world will be the underworld. There will be no difference. Father's cultivation can also be completely restored. I remember you said that Father was about to reach the top in the underworld. According to the sayings of the earth immortal world, he might already be a divine lord. The master of the towering heaven star prison is only a divine lord. If his cultivation hadn't improved over the years, Father might have been able to forcefully open a path and escape from this place. Ning Haotian said solemnly, "Oh, you have a way." Zi Yun's expression changed slightly. If that was the case, things would be very simple. "Sister Zi Yun, come with me." Ning Haotian was silent for a few breaths. Then, he slowly walked into the depths of the temple. Zi Yun followed. Before long, she followed Ning Haotian to a stone tablet. The stone tablet was carved with complicated inscriptions. Zi Yun couldn't understand them at all. The inscriptions on this stone tablet were left behind by the master of the great skyscraping starry prison. I saw with my own eyes that he separated the 6 paths of reincarnation, the underworld and the yang world. He also sent a group of living beings into the underworld to be reincarnated. I am the descendant of the primordial gods. I have a trace of the patriarch's legacy in me. Do you know why the strong clans in the Earth God realm have always wanted to exterminate the Sioux clan? It is because the providence in us threatens them. As long as we have this providence, the children of our clan will be able to control the providence from the moment they are born. Although my cultivation level is still far from that of a holy lord, the providence in my blood should be able to dispel the technique left behind by the master of the great skyscraping starry prison. Ning Haotian smiled. She gently cut open her palm and slowly pressed it against the steel. Her blood kept flowing out and seeped into the steel. The inscriptions on the steel also changed slightly. They were constantly melting and becoming blurry, but the speed of the change was not fast. Sister Ziyin, if you see my parents in the future, remember to tell them that I miss them very much. And my younger brother, I don't know how his cultivation level is after I leave the underworld. In this life, my surname is Ning. Maybe in my next life, my surname will be Su. Ning Haotian's lips curled up. Yin suddenly sensed that something was wrong. What are you doing? She asked in a low voice. Ning Haotian's lips curled into a smile. Her blood flowed wildly into the stone tablet. The vitality in her eyes gradually dimmed. Stop! The aura in Yun's body surged. She reached out to grab Ning Haotian, but she was sent flying by a force. It's useless. The providence in my body is fighting against it. It will not stop until there is a winner. Ning Haotian's voice became weak. Yun did not care what she said. She flew forward again. She was sent flying again and again by that force. After an unknown period of time, the last trace of vitality in Ning Haotian's eyes faded completely. The inscriptions on the stone tablet had completely melted. There was nothing left. There was no trace of the inscriptions. A ray of light shot out from the stone tablet. A bright spot appeared in the sky. This bright spot quickly turned into a canopy that shrouded in all directions. Chapter 44:25. Father, look at that day. Why is it red? Is the sun setting? That's not right. It's not like this, even if it's going down the mountain. The sky seemed to have been set ablaze, and the faint red light swept out in all directions at an extreme speed. Someone exclaimed in admiration, feeling it was beautiful. He wrote a poem and received praise from his surrounding friends. Someone looked at this scene in shock, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Someone had a serious expression as he counted with his fingers. Taihao Nation's capital was the most important place in the cultivation world. Many cultivators gathered here, but now these cultivators could only stare at the sky in shock. No one knew what was happening, including the true immortals. This is too strange. It's like the entire sky is dyed red. What is going on? Is there a great demon coming into being? Qin Tang Temple. Brother, what do you think is going on with the sky? The sun hasn't set yet, right? Little Yu looked up at the sky. Deguzi also felt it was strange. Li Chou hugged Hu Cheng, squinting her eyes as she looked at the sky. But in the next moment, little Yu, Deguzi, Li Chou, including Hu Cheng, suddenly felt a strange thought rise in their hearts. Immediately after, Li Chou was the first to grasp this thought. The aura on her body increased explosively layer by layer, and in an instant it had already surpassed the limits of a true immortal in the Yang realm. This aura was still becoming stronger, and it surged and skyrocketed toward the cultivation that she had in the Yang realm. Then little Yu, Deguzi, and Hu Cheng were the slowest to react. The aura in their bodies erupted one after another. The Yin realm's techniques and cultivation level can be used now, Deguzi muttered to himself. Then young master will definitely be able to recover his peak cultivation level. Little Yu's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. There were many people who had such a change, but most of them were existences at the same age as Deguzi and Little You. In a small town. Old Master Zhang, although my daughter hasn't eaten anything good, I've raised her to be fair and plump. Selling her to you for 20 taels of silver to be your young master's wife is really too cheap. Please don't bargain anymore. A middle-aged man with diarrhea all over his body held the hand of a little girl, smiling at the extremely fat minister-counselor in front of him. The little girl's eyes were filled with helplessness. Her own father wanted to sell her to old Master Zhang's foolish son. She had seen that fellow from afar before. He would even eat dog poop on the ground. How could she marry such a person? She wanted to escape, but she didn't know where to go. Her father had also told her that if she escaped, no one would take care of her bedridden mother. She would be left to fend for herself. Why is the sky red? Old Master Zhang was just about to bargain, but he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He raised his head, and a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. The middle-aged man was also surprised when he saw this. 518 Chinese, net, so beautiful, the little girl mumbled to herself. In the next moment, she suddenly felt a headache. Following that, memories that did not seem to belong to her kept appearing before her eyes. Old Master Zhang and the middle-aged man didn't notice the little girl's strange behavior. They also didn't notice that her eyes gradually became cold and bright. In her eyes, there was no longer any trace of a child's expression. Old Master Zhang stopped looking. Let's talk about my daughter. The middle-aged man retracted his gaze. He didn't care about what happened to the sky. As long as he had money, it was fine. If he had money, he could go to the brothels. If he had money, he could go to the gambling dens. 5 taels. Just 5 taels. I will take her in and provide for her food and drinks in the future. Do you think that I will make a loss? Old Master Zhang looked at the middle-aged man and said with a smile that didn't look like a smile, "Father!" A shout spread out from the courtyard. Shortly after, a silly guy charged out with a silly smile on his face. "Hayes, my good son, what do you think of this daughter?" Old Master Zhang rubbed his head dotingly. "She looks really delicious." The silly guy giggled. "Old Master Zhang, how about this? 15 taels, the lowest price. I can't go any lower." The middle-aged man opened his mouth. 10 taels. I'll only give you 10 taels because my son seems to like your daughter very much. If it's more than this price, I might as well spend 10 taels to buy 2. At least it's more profitable than your one. Old Master Zhang said solemnly. "You." The middle-aged man was furious. He gritted his teeth and nodded his head in agreement. 10 taels then. Both sides quickly completed the deal. "Daughter, leave with old Master Zhang." The middle-aged man pushed the little girl. However, the moment his hand touched her, it was as if he was electrocuted. He cried out and flew backward, landing heavily on the ground. The middle-aged man instinctively sat up. He was filled with fear. What happened just now? The little girl turned around and looked at him coldly. Then she lifted her legs and left. Old Master Zhang immediately screamed, "She took my money and still wants to leave. Capture her." A servant heard the news and rushed over. However, their movements suddenly froze midway, because with every step the little girl took, she stepped on the air. She only turned around and looked down at the crowd coldly when she was dozens of feet in the air in front of the crowd. "How can I, Fong Lingming, be insulted by all of you? However, since all of you didn't make a huge mistake, I will let you off today." Chapter 44:26. You, who is your daughter? Old Master Zhang looked at the middle-aged man in terror. I don't know." The middle-aged man muttered to himself. He was also forced to kneel on the ground by that power. He couldn't even stand up if he wanted to. Even if they weren't knowledgeable, just based on how his daughter stepped into the air and how they were kneeling on the ground, they knew that his daughter wasn't a human. More and more commoners surrounded them. "Old Master Zhang, what are you doing?" Some commoners were confused. Old Master Zhang tried his best to stand up, but his head was covered in sweat and he was unable to do so. Terror appeared on his face. Was he going to kneel here until he died? On the other side, Fong Lingming appeared in a simple thatched hut. A girl laid on the bed and her aura was weak. After she saw Fong Lingming, there seemed to be a glow in her eyes. Her lips moved and she said weakly, Your father! Mother. Fong Lingming looked at the girl with a complicated expression. Father didn't sell me to old Master Zhang. Sleep, sleep, and your body will be fine. After saying that, she raised her palm and an aura landed on the girl's body. The girl instantly fell asleep and the sickness in her body was slowly dissolved by the aura. Her face became redder and redder. After doing all this, Fong Lingming walked out of the courtyard and looked at the sky that had turned blood red. A look of deep thought flashed in her eyes. Similar scenes were happening everywhere. The cultivators in the Yang world didn't know what to do. Some of them personally saw a child turn into an extremely terrifying existence. It was as if he could destroy the world with just a raise of his hand. Snow Plains region. This place was also covered by the red light earlier than anywhere else. Ning Qi stood there quietly and felt the aura in his body change and increase. In less than 2 hours, he had recovered to the peak of his cultivation when he was in the Yang world. At the same time, this wasn't the only thing that was undergoing changes. His divine sense swept out in all directions like a tidal wave, and the vast Yang realm was also undergoing changes. This change was like when he was in the Yang world, numerous worlds were being merged together by some special power. A new continent appeared in the Yang world. A new ocean appeared in the mortal realm. Ning Qi felt a sense of familiarity with these newly appeared continents and seas. They might have been in the underworld before. The mortal realm was undergoing changes at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ning Qi didn't know how long these changes would last. But in just 2 hours, the territory of the Yang realm had already expanded by at least 3 to 4 times. If this continued for several days, or even dozens of days, then the territory of the Yang realm would become extremely vast. With a thought, Ning Qi's eyes lit up. He took a step forward and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in a temple. He saw Zi Yun and Ning Haotian, who was standing in front of the stone tablet with his head lowered. However, Ning Haotian had long since lost any life force. Her body emanated an icy coldness. What exactly happened? Ning Qi said slowly. Zi Yin turned around to look at him, and a complicated look flashed in his eyes. You're here. Have you recovered your memory? Memories from the mortal realm? I only remember that I married into the Violet Palace. Ning Qi said after a few breaths of silence. Apart from that memory, you don't remember anything else after that? Zi Yin was stunned. What exactly happened? Is she Haotian? Ning Qi looked at Ning Haotian with a very unsightly expression. Zi Yun was silent for a few breaths of time, and then slowly told him what had happened. Grand skyscraping astral hell. Ning Qi slowly walked in front of Ning Haotian, gently grabbed her hand, and pulled it away from the stone tablet. A surge of energy surged out of his body and entered Ning Haotian's body. Unfortunately, although his current methods were extraordinary, he still couldn't restore Ning Haotian's life force. As long as he had the slightest bit, he could bring Ning Haotian back from the dead. The master of this place had extraordinary methods. She used the power of her bloodline to dissolve the methods set up by the master of this place, so that the yin and yang could be combined into one. From then on, the so-called yin realm and the yang realm were no longer divided. It could be considered that she had unlocked the first shackle of the living beings here. However, the price she paid was her own life. Zi Yin shook his head slightly. Haotian Taihao. Ning Qi had already learned the details of what had happened from Zi Yin, so he naturally knew Ning Haotian's true origin. However, he still didn't have any recollection of what had happened. His memories didn't gush out with the recovery of his cultivation. Since there is no Een realm in this world, how could she die so easily? Ning Chi said lightly. He raised his hand, and a strand of crystal flew out from his fingertip. It circled around Ning Hao Qian countless times and turned into a crystal ice coffin. Ning Hao Qian lay quietly in the coffin. Her face was serene, and there was a faint smile on her lips. She didn't look like a corpse at all. As long as we leave this place and go to the earthly immortal realm, I will naturally find a way to restore her. Ning Chi looked at Zi Yun and said. Zi Yun was silent for a few breaths, then nodded slightly. That is indeed possible. However, it is not that easy to break through this place. To leave this place, we have to start from the ancient immortal treasure land. Chapter 44:27. Ning Chi knew where the ancient immortal treasure land Ziyin spoke of was, but he didn't know where it was. Leaving this place is important, but this time Hao Yin used her life to make the Yin and Yang no longer separate. I've recovered the strength I had in the underworld. The others who reincarnated into the underworld will also do the same, right? Ning Chi said in a low voice. It's possible, but if they can't recover their memories, they won't recover their strength. Zi Yin nodded slightly. If everyone is like me, the world will soon be in chaos. Ning Chi frowned slightly. Qin Tang Temple. De Guzi, little you, Li Chou and Hu Cheng's cultivation had almost completely recovered to their peak. They could now use the techniques they used in the underworld, as if they had returned to the underworld. This change caught them off guard, but it also made them extremely happy. At this moment, Ning Chi walked out of the void with Zi Yun. When De Guzi and the others saw Ning Chi, they hurriedly went forward and bowed. Master, look at the red light in the sky. It seems to have helped us recover our cultivation in the underworld. De Guzi said with a serious expression. The underworld and the Yang world are one body. This red light is just reuniting the two separated places. Your cultivation has recovered. I suspect that the cultivation of the others may also be recovered. Each of you go in one direction and find them. Ning Chi said, Yes. The others hurriedly nodded. Then little you, looked at Zi Yun curiously. De Guzi also opened his mouth to ask, Master, this is your other master's wife. Ning Chi said. De Guzi was slightly startled, then hurriedly bowed. Greetings, master's wife. Little you, Er's face showed shock. Young master, in just a few years, you misunderstood. Ning Chi smiled and briefly explained what happened between him and Ziyin. When they learned that Ziyin had already appeared a few times in the great underworld, they were really surprised. In other words, young master's earliest time was in the Yang world, and this is young master's wife. Little you nodded in understanding. Her mood instantly improved a little. In this case, the other party was before the sacred concubine of Cold Sky and the others, and not the woman Ning Chi had been looking for in the world of the living over the past few years. There are always some useless things in your head. Go, with your current means, even if some powerhouses from the Yang realm recover their cultivation in the netherworld, they still won't be a match for you. Go and find our people. In the future, I will rebuild the heavenly court in the Taihao nation. Ning Chi smiled faintly. Yes, after settling the matters here, Ning Chi and Zi Yun went to the capital of Taihao nation. Many things happened in the capital because of this matter. Lu Xian, don't act recklessly. This is the capital city of the Taihao nation. If you break the law, not only will you die, but you will also implicate my Lu clan. The busy street was now in chaos. A child was covered in blood, and there were several corpses around him. There were many soul formation cultivators among them. The soldiers of the Taihao nation had already sealed off the area. Due to the special status of the child, they did not deal with him immediately. Instead, they called the elder of the child's family over. Now, there was a middle-aged man who was trying to persuade the child. However, the child had a faint smile on his face. Sometimes he chuckled, sometimes he looked around, and then he laughed loudly. His laughter shook the eardrums of others and made them feel a faint pain. Such an imposing manner really shocked everyone present. However, similar scenes had actually happened everywhere in the capital. All of them were children who had inexplicably obtained many means. King Su is here. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. The middle-aged man immediately heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly said to the child, Lu Xian, King Su is here. You used to be afraid of King Su the most. Come here obediently. Me, afraid of King Su? Ha ha ha. Lu Xian could not help but laugh at the sky. If I didn't recover my memory in the netherworld, in this life, I would indeed be the child you see. When I see King Su, I will naturally be afraid. However, in the netherworld, I am also a dignified Tao querying realm powerhouse. Why would I be afraid of a small celestial clan in the Yang realm? As he spoke, King Su had already arrived, and Ho Qing arrived with him. What happened in the netherworld and the Yang realm? First that person, then the others. After hearing Lu Xian's words, King Su's face became extremely ugly, and he subconsciously raised his head to look at the red sky. At the same time, he suspected that all of this had something to do with Ningqi. Tao querying realm, what realm is that? Ho Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not know much about the matters of the netherworld. Lu Xian, I know that you are no longer who you were in the past, but this is the Taihao nation. There are many people in the netherworld who have awakened like you. Why do you want to kill innocent people here? King Su looked at the child and said in a low voice. Then, in front of him, the body of the child continued to expand and finally turned into a small giant that was more than 10 feet tall. At a glance, everyone knew that this guy was definitely not human when he was in the netherworld, and he had just reincarnated into the human clan. How about it? They are just some ants. If I kill them, I will kill them. What can you do to me? Lu Xian laughed, and his tone was full of contempt. King Su, his aura is very strong. We are indeed not a match for him. Ho Qing said in a low voice, Haha, Ho Qing, I know you. Your master is true immortal Jiang? Let me put it this way. 10,000 true immortal Jiang are just ants in front of me. They are not even qualified to lick my toes. Do you understand? Lu Xian laughed maniacally. This feeling was too comfortable. In the Yang realm, the highest cultivation level was actually a true immortal, which was much weaker than the Tao querying realm. Chapter 44:28. Ho Qing didn't refute Lu Xian's maniacal laughter, but he wasn't flustered either. King Su, although I don't know the reason for the red curtain in the sky, it's very likely to allow the experts of the underworld to regain their original cultivation. Ho Qing looked at King Su and said. King Su's expression became extremely solemn. If everyone in the underworld became like Lu Xian, wouldn't the underworld have no chance of winning? Your guess is indeed correct. Although I don't know what happened, it's indeed the case. Lu Xian nodded with a smile. Then he looked at the middle-aged man not far away. Old man, I've been beaten by you countless times since I was young, but since we share the same bloodline in this life, I won't kill you. Get lost. I don't want to see you here. His memory in this life was only a few years, but his memory in the underworld was countless years. It was already good enough for him to remember the other party's incense. The middle-aged man was furious, but he knew that the situation was beyond his control. He could only look at King Su with a pleading look in his eyes. At this moment, there was a loud noise in the distance, followed by a few shouts and screams. A group of cultivators was beaten up by a small figure. Some died on the spot, while others were seriously injured. The houses on the side of the road were affected. The capital is in chaos. King Su muttered to himself. 2 hours later, in front of the palace, King Su led the cultivators of Taihao Nation and stood there quietly. There was a group of figures not far in front of them. They were about the same age, but there were some who looked very old. They had deliberately restored their appearance in the underworld. No matter who you are now, this is the palace of Taihao Nation. You can't simply step foot in here. King Su said in a deep voice. What a joke. Can you stop us? Someone sneered. We won't bully you. I heard that Taihao Nation is the most prosperous place of cultivation in the world of the living. You must have some treasures here, right? We don't have any good treasures in our hands. Are you going to hand them over yourself? Or do you want us to go there personally? If we waste our efforts, we can't guarantee that we won't destroy your Taihao Nation. Everyone, my Grandmaster, also came from the Netherworld. At this moment, he is not in the capital. Everyone, please wait a moment. Wait for my Grandmaster to return, then we can make the decision. Ho Qing smiled. Your Grandmaster? Who the hell is your Grandmaster? Did you also come back from the Netherworld? Someone's eyes were filled with mockery. How strong could the ancestral master of a Tao integration cultivator be? My Grandmaster's name is True Immortal Dragon Slayer. The smile on Ho Qing's face gradually faded. Dragon slaying true immortal? What kind of **T name is that? I've never heard of it before. Is it a Tao querying realm cultivator? I'm afraid not. However, the spiritual energy here is more abundant than in the celestial world. Even after the celestial world and divine Luo world merged into one, it still couldn't compare to this place. Perhaps his Grandmaster also had some tricks up his sleeve. Dragon Slayer True Immortal? I've never heard of it before. Since I've never heard of him, he must be a nobody. Dragon Slayer True Immortal? What a lousy title, ha ha ha. I've never heard of Dragon Slayer. Have you heard of Beixian? A faint voice rang out. Beixian? Everyone had a strange look on their faces. How could they not have heard of this name? He had once led the Celestials to fight against the demon race in the celestial world with his own strength and then disappeared for many years. However, after the celestial world and divine Luo world merged into one, they found out that he didn't disappear but had become the big boss of divine Luo world. The big boss that they could only look up to. Thinking of this, someone frowned. Who's deliberately mystifying things? How can you say the name of the divine king of North Mystery so casually? My name in the world of the living has been belittled by all of you. Why do you think that my name in the netherworld can't be said so casually? Ning Qi appeared in front of Ho Qing and the rest with Ziyin. He looked at the group of cultivators from the netherworld who had recovered their cultivation. What? The group of people was shocked. Then they looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Gradually, extreme fear appeared on some of their faces. Some of them had seen Ning Qi from afar. Although it had been a long time, how could they forget that appearance so easily? Divine King of North Mystery? One of them exclaimed in shock. Then his legs turned to jelly and he knelt on the ground. When the rest saw this, they were shocked. They had indeed heard of this name, but it didn't mean that they had seen him in person. Could the person in front of them really be the legendary divine king of the netherworld? What **T divine king of North Mystery? If you guys want to enter the palace, just enter the palace. Why are you wasting your time with them? What a waste of time. Lu Xian flew over from afar. He smiled maliciously and slapped towards Ning Qi. Come at me. Bang. Ning Qi didn't attack. He just looked at Lu Xian, and Lu Xian turned into a mist of blood. A Tao querying realm expert died just like that. Everyone present was basically a Tao querying realm expert. When Ning Qi looked at them, those who didn't kneel down knelt down as well. Grandmaster, have you recovered your cultivation? Ho Qing immediately went forward and asked respectfully. But after he said that, he couldn't remain calm when he looked at Ziyin. Ma Masteress. Chapter 44:29. Grandmaster's grandmother? Isn't that Ziyin Fairy, the wife of Immortal Dragon Slayer? When King Su and the others saw this scene, they were shocked, but what shocked them even more was Ning Qi's means. An expert with unfathomable cultivation had turned into ashes with just a glance. This level of cultivation had already exceeded their imagination. All cultivators who have recovered their cultivation and memories are not to cause trouble in this world. I am the master of the heavenly court, the divine King Beishian. I will rebuild the heavenly court in the capital of Taihao Kingdom. Old friends of the heavenly court shall gather here. Ning Qi said, slowly. The voice rang out in the ears of everyone in the world in an instant. Countless people looked in the direction of Taihao Kingdom. Some were surprised, some were shocked, some were happy, some were terrified, some were resentful, and some were hateful. It's him. I'm afraid it's all thanks to him that we can recover our cultivation and memories. Ning Beishian. Taihao Kingdom. All right, I'll remember this place. I'll never set foot in Taihao Kingdom again. Don't you dare imprison me under the willow tree again. Husband. Fong Lingming looked in the direction of Taihao Kingdom, then turned to look at her mother in this life. Her mother was also surprised. She had obviously heard Ning Qi's voice. Mother, that's my husband. Can I take you to Taihao Kingdom? Fong Lingming asked. Fong Lingming's mother had a strange expression. Then she nodded. I've never left this small place. It's not bad to go out with you. Fong Lingming's mother had gradually accepted Fong Lingming's words ever since her illness was mysteriously cured by her mother. She believed Fong Lingming's words even more after hearing what Fong Lingming said. All of a sudden, countless dazzling meteors appeared in the sky. They could be seen clearly even during the day. Countless meteors were flying in the same direction. The people below saw this scene and combined it with the changes in the weather. They all knelt on the ground and were in awe of the heavenly court. This might be the place where the legendary immortals lived. Those meteors should be the immortals of the heavenly court, the capital of Taihao Kingdom. Ning Qi stood with his hands behind his back on the empty ground in front of the palace. The palace maids, eunuchs, guards, and imperial soldiers did not dare to approach him. Only King Su and the other higher-ups of the Taihao nation could look over from afar. The group of cultivators who had awakened their netherworld memories and cultivation bases all stood obediently off to the side. From King Su's previous words, he could tell that this dragon-slaying true immortal was not an ordinary character in the underworld. Right now, they were waiting for the deployment to return. Days passed by. Still, no one arrived. The expressions of King Su and the others suddenly became a little strange. But suddenly, one day, they saw meteors appear in the sky one after another. In the end, these meteors even became so dense that they covered the sky and the earth. They knew that this was not a real meteor, but a group of cultivators with terrifying auras. As the first cultivator landed, the other cultivators followed suit. In an instant, thousands of figures appeared in front of Ning Qi. These people all looked like children, and they were both men and women. They knelt on the ground excitedly. Greetings, Divine King! Each of these people's auras was many times stronger than Lu Xian and the others. Just looking at them, King Su and the others couldn't help but tremble. Those cultivators who had also recovered their netherworld cultivation bases, but didn't belong to the heavenly court, were also trembling like King Su and the others. Get up! Ning Qi's gaze swept across this group of people, and a trace of a smile gradually appeared in his eyes. Since they were all here, would the others be late? At this moment, another meteor landed. Bang! The newcomer landed heavily on the ground. After staggering a few steps on the ground, he shook his head and looked around. When he saw Ning Qi, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Master? Dazhuang? Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. Niu Dazhuang was pleasantly surprised. Master, it's me. Ning Qi nodded slightly. The others should be here soon. If there are no accidents. Just as he finished speaking, another meteor landed. It was an elegant young man who seemed to be from a big family. He was completely different from Niu Dazhuang's tattered clothes. Brother Dongfang. Ning Qi smiled. As soon as he saw the other party's eyes, he recognized Dongfang Haojie, Brother Ning. Dongfang Haojie cupped his fists and bowed. Sister-in-law and the others. Ning Qi's eyes moved. If there are no accidents, they will be here. Dongfang Haojie smiled. This time he had recovered his netherworld memories and cultivation bases. He believed that Dongfang Yulua and his 3 daughters would also rush to the Taihao nation. Then, a few more figures arrived through the sky. The more King Su and the others looked, the more shocked they became. Not only were these people stronger than perfected immortals, but they were also many times stronger than Lu Xian and the others. If Lu Xian didn't die, he probably wouldn't even dare to fart in front of them. King Su thought. He couldn't understand why the world became like this. Why were the cultivators of the netherworld so much stronger than the cultivators of the Yang world? During this period, there must be some secret that he didn't know. Thinking of this, King Su's gaze fell on Ning Qi's back. The other party must know the secret. Chapter 4430. One meteor after another fell to the ground. The core forces of the ancient heavenly court, except for a few people, arrived one after another. Everyone happily talked about old times. Deguzi Liu, or Li Chou Hucheng, also arrived. Liu talked with people while looking at the meteors in the sky expectantly. Finally, a figure landed on the ground. It was a little girl with a delicate face. Recognized her as soon as she met her eyes. Lil Yu ran to the little girl happily. Sister Yua? Zhueling was not sure. It's me. Lil Yu quickly said. She was so happy that she finally met Zhueling again. Ning Qi smiled as he looked at the people chatting. Ziyin stood beside him and said softly, When everyone is here, what are your plans? Naturally, I will break this prison. Ning Qi smiled lightly. Ziyin nodded slightly. She had worked so hard for so long just to find a chance to break through the void. Although she later found out that this was only a prison, it made her even more determined to leave this world. Cultivation. If she could not go to the real world, what was the point of cultivating like this? She was just a bird in a cage, a frog at the bottom of a well. Soon, another 2 figures landed. One of them was older, and the other was also a little girl. She saw Ning Qi at first glance, and was about to go forward when she saw Ziyin. It's her. Fang Lingming had a strange look in her eyes. She clearly remembered that she had seen this woman when she gave birth to Ning Haoyan. Fang Lingming was silent for a few breaths. Then, she smiled and brought her mother to Ning Qi. The conversation gradually quieted down. Soon, everyone's eyes fell on Fang Lingming. As she walked, Fang Lingming's body kept changing, finally turning into the appearance of her previous life in the netherworld. Hiss! Someone gasped inwardly, then hurriedly bowed and shouted, Greetings, Divine Empress! Their voices swept through the surroundings like a tide. Divine Empress? Fang Lingming's mother looked at Fang Lingming in shock. King Su and the others were also shocked. This woman's position in the netherworld was definitely not ordinary. Husband. Fang Lingming came before Ning Qi and bowed. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. That's good. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the woman beside Fang Lingming and asked, This is my birth mother in this life. Fang Lingming asked. Hearing this, Ning Qi saluted Fang's mother. The grace of giving birth is greater than the sky. You're too kind. Fang Qiu's mother wasn't used to it. This is... Fang Lingming looked at Ziyin. Before Ning Qi could speak, Ziyin smiled and said, I'm Beishuan's wife in the world of the living. After a pause, he said, My first life. Back then, Haoyan. Fang Lingming's expression did not change. At this moment, little Yu and the others had already walked to Fang Lingming's side. They looked at Ziyin with a trace of scrutiny. Let's talk about Haoyan later. Ning Qi said after a moment of silence, Husband, have you found Haoyan? Fang Lingming's eyes were filled with pleasant surprise. Yes, but it's a little complicated. Ning Qi smiled bitterly. A bad premonition arose in Fang Lingming's heart, but she didn't pursue the matter further. A few days later, first it was Wang Shui, then Li Xian, then Ning Rulai, Meng Qingling Laojun. One by one, familiar faces appeared in front of Ning Qi. This process lasted for a full month. After 7 or 8 days, no one else rushed over. Some of the faces were still not seen. Ning Qi suspected that they might have died in the world of the living. He also didn't know if dying again in the world of the living would hinder the recovery of their cultivation in the world of the dead. Ning Qi felt that it was about time to tell everyone about the great skyscraping star prison. Just as he was about to speak, a giant silver dragon roared and broke through the air. Finally, it turned into a silver-haired youth and landed in front of Ning Qi. Ning Qi glanced at him and nodded with a smile. The silver dragon also nodded slightly and stood aside silently. After that, Ning Qi slowly told everyone about the great skyscraping star prison. When everyone found out that they were actually in a prison, they were somewhat in disbelief. How is this possible? This is a prison. Then the cultivation of the person who created this prison is... King Su was dumbfounded. I will break this prison and head to the Earth God realm. Prepare yourselves. As far as I know, your cultivation is not considered weak in the Earth God realm. Ning Qi smiled. Deity King, no matter where you go, we pledge our lives to follow you. Pledge our lives to follow you. Let's go. Ning Qi looked at Ziyin. Ziyin nodded slightly. The two of them suddenly disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in a tranquil void. There was a palace here, standing in front of Ning Qi and Ziyin. This palace is the ancient immortal treasure land, but now it seems to be the center of the great skyscraping star prison. Lord of primordial origin broke the void here. Ziyin said in a low voice, his cultivation is far from your current level. Ning Qi nodded slightly and slowly raised his hands. Countless giant dragons appeared behind him. This was the 18 dragon subduing palms of extreme yang. In an instant, the giant dragons roared and rushed towards the palace. The giant dragons were covered in dazzling white light that covered the entire palace. In an instant, the palace was completely destroyed. As for the surrounding void, it was as if it had become a mirror, with cracks appearing all over it. Ning Qi grabbed Ziyin, and with a thought, he returned to the Taihao nation and stood together with Fang Lingming and the others. They quietly waited for the changes to come. Everyone was astonished by this change. Crack! Finally, when the cracks reached a certain size, the void made a cracking sound and pieces of the void were broken. Is breaking the void like this? King Su swallowed his saliva, his eyes filled with disbelief. At the same time, in the territory of a strong clan in the Earth God realm, an old man who had been in seclusion for many years slowly walked out of a cave. The old man's eyes glowed with silver light, and his pupils were pure silver. He looked solemnly at the huge valley in front of the cave. In the middle of the valley, there was a cage-like building slowly rising. However, this building was now full of cracks. This is my heavenly evolution level 3 Dharma treasure. Someone in the great skyscraping star prison can actually destroy my Dharma treasure? The old man murmured to himself. Then a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He did not do anything and just waited quietly. I'd like to see what kind of person has emerged from your group of humans. Chapter 44:31. All of a sudden, thousands of rays of golden light shot out from the inside of the cage building. Figures appeared in the mountain valley, one after another. The first to appear was Ning Qi and the others. The shattering of the great sky star prison seemed to follow some kind of rule. Those with the highest cultivation came out the fastest, and the others were still slowly appearing. At this speed, the people inside probably wouldn't be able to leave the great sky star prison without a few thousand years. Ning Qi frowned when he sensed this. He was about to use a technique to completely shatter the great Sky Star prison when he suddenly sensed an aura rising in the distance. You are the master of the great Sky Star prison. Ning Qi looked coldly at the silver-eyed elder. You can become a sacred lord in my great Sky Star prison. The silver-eyed elder stared at Ning Qi and then suddenly laughed coldly. Unfortunately, if you weren't in front of me, you might have a chance to reach the ancient god realm in the future with your talent. But now, you can only return to ashes and dust to dust. Before I make my move, can I ask you something? Why did you lock so many people inside? Ning Qi said with a faint smile. The god race and the human race are irreconcilable. Back then, a monster appeared in the human race and split the god race into pieces, almost exterminating us. Why do you think I locked all of you in here? The elder laughed coldly. I am sacred, Lord Obata of the god race. Even if I die, I will let you know. He had been in exile for many years, and a sacred lord had become a vagrant. This humiliation made him use all sorts of methods to torture the human race whenever he saw them. However, there were many sacred lords of the human race now, and he couldn't take revenge on a large scale. He could only find a chance to vent his anger. Sacred lord of the human race, killing you will calm my mind for 100 years. It's worth it, the elder murmured to himself. He didn't sense a mysterious power surging out of the void and instantly enveloping him. Obata was first stunned, and then his hair stood on end as disbelief appeared in his eyes. This aura. How could it be this aura? The authority of the death god. How could it be the authority of the death god? What is your relationship with that person? Tell me. Obata's eyes revealed insanity as he roared. Ning Qi ignored his roar. Divine grace, time reversal. Obata's aura continued to drop, and the fear on his face distorted his expression. Impossible. How could there be the inheritance of the Grim Reaper in the great, skyscraping starry prison? Impossible. Who are you? Oberta's voice became sharp like a frightened woman. Fong Lingming and the rest looked at him strangely. This was the master of the great, skyscraping star prison? It looked like it was going to collapse at the first blow. Not long after, Oberta's aura dropped by a level. After a while, his aura dropped to another level. His appearance gradually became younger. This was supposed to be a good thing, but Oberta was terrified. He had seen with his own eyes the people who were killed by the death god's authority. After those people died, they completely returned to dust, without any possibility of resurrection. It was as if they had been completely erased from the timeline and had never appeared in this world. Not a single trace would be left behind. Don't kill me. You just came out of the great skyscraping star prison, so you definitely don't know much about this world. I can tell you what you want to know. Oberta said in a panic. With his current cultivation level, even Fong Lingming and the rest could easily kill him. If this went on, he would be like those who had been killed by the death god's authority. He would completely disappear from this world. At this moment, he didn't care about the feud between the two races. He just wanted to live. The effects of time reversal gradually slowed down. Ning Qi said indifferently, Tell me everything you know, such as the feud between you and the human race. You'd better be quick. If you're slow, you'll be dead. An hour later, Oberta had already roughly repeated everything he knew, including the origin of the celestial race, why they had such a deep feud with the human race, and why they liked to throw the human race into the great, skyscraping star prison. Ning Qi's expression was a little strange. The power of providence that Silver Dragon had mentioned previously really existed in the Earth Immortal realm, but in the great, skyscraping star prison, he couldn't feel the power of providence, and he didn't believe in such nonsense. I've told you everything I know. With your cultivation, you're invincible in the Earth God realm. There's no need for you to kill me. I'll suffer more if I live than if I'm dead, Oberta said. As soon as he finished speaking, all of a sudden, a terrifying explosion was heard from the void. This sound caused the heavens and earth to tremble slightly. An extremely powerful aura surged out. First, a foot stepped out of the void, then a body, and finally another foot. A body that was hundreds of feet tall appeared in the void. This body was blood red, like a strange person without skin. His veins and muscles pulsed slowly. His face was also blood red, and his two curved horns were burning with raging flames. His incomparably huge eyes were coldly looking down at the people below. This is that guy's hometown. Ha ha ha! You definitely didn't expect me to find this place in all the worlds. The strange person threw his head back and laughed. His laughter was filled with pride and excitement. His aura was many times stronger than Ning Chi's. It was like a different form of life, the difference between a human and an ant. The ninth step? Ning Chi's eyes were solemn. Boys, capture all the holy lords alive. They'll be worth some shinbi in the Archean divinity. As for those below the holy lord level, kill them all. I want to destroy all living beings here, just like how that guy turned our hometown into ruins. The strange person in blood red roared with laughter. Figures appeared behind him one after another. These figures' cultivation levels were lower than his, but their auras were similar to Ning Chi and Oberta's. There were more than 100 of them. Archean divinity, you're a god? You're a god? Obata's face was filled with shock. The strange person in blood-red robe glanced at him and snorted. Oberta's body turned into dust. Fong Lingming and the others beside Ning Chi, as well as the great skyscraping star prison, did the same. They all turned into dust with his snort. Ning Chi reacted and tried to use his aura to protect them, but his aura was also disintegrated. Not only that, the strange person in blood-red robe easily grabbed Ning Chi. Chapter 4432. All the familiar faces turned to dust in front of Ning Chi in the blink of an eye after leaving the skyscraping astral prison. Ning Chi was taken aback. The next moment, his eyes were bloodshot. Divine power surged out of his body, but it was blocked by the red energy around him. There was no way he could break through. You're much stronger than your peers. The blood-red man looked down at Ning Chi, who was in his palm, with surprise in his eyes. The red energy kept boiling under Ning Chi's attack. An ordinary divine lord would not have been able to break through his power. He was a god. Even in the Archean divinity, he was not an ordinary character. His power was much stronger than a divine lord's. The two of them were on different levels of life. Ning Chi's current attack was like an ant that had suddenly stopped a person's footsteps. That was why the blood-red man was so shocked. A divine lord like you will definitely be popular in the Archean divinity. Ha ha ha. The blood-red man laughed a few times. Then he closed his palms and grabbed Ning Chi tightly, making him unable to move. Boys, kill him. His voice spread across all 9 heavens and 10 earths. In an instant, the holy lords in the earth god world were shocked as they looked in the direction of the Crimson Man. Soon, the subordinates that the blood-red man brought with him swept across the entire earth god realm like locusts. During this process, Ning Chi could see everything clearly. He could see countless races dying at the hands of these people. Even if a holy lord appeared occasionally, they would be easily captured alive by those blood-red monsters. If they were careless and used a heavy blow, they would be killed on the spot. The 9th step of the Archean god realm. Ning Chi murmured to himself. His eyes were still covered by a layer of blood, and the whites of his eyes were bloodshot. This was a phenomenon caused by the churning of the blood in his body. The scene of Fong Lingming and the others turning into dust and being blown away by the wind was still fresh in his mind. This scene caused Ning Chi's thoughts to become somewhat obstructed. Only when a terrifying dragon's roar rang out did he suddenly recover from his thoughts. They won't die. I have the grace of God. I can turn back time and reverse it. Ning Chi gradually calmed down, and the chaotic thoughts in his mind gradually became clear. Back when he had been in the great skyscraping starry prison, he had been able to turn back time on the entire Earth. At that time, his cultivation level had been far from what it was now. He could also use this method to revive Fong Lingming and the others. However, Ning Qi wasn't completely confident. Fong Lingming and the others were not ordinary people, and they had been killed by a ninth-step expert like the blood-colored strange man. Turning back time would definitely be more time-consuming than using divine grace on Earth. It was just like how Ning Haotian had used the power of his bloodline to melt the tablet inscriptions in the skyscraping starry prison, causing the Yin realm and the Yang realm to merge into one. That was how he died. Ning Qi later tried to use divine grace to save Ning Haotian's life, but it failed. Even if I can't revive them with my current cultivation level, as long as I step into the ninth step. The blood in Ning Qi's eyes gradually faded. The blood-red man did not intend to kill him. Instead, he planned to sell him to the Archean divinity. This was exactly what Ning Qi wanted. As long as he was alive, he did not believe that he could not take that final step. Ning Qi looked deeply at the blood-red man and imprinted his appearance in the deepest part of his heart. He would never forget it for the rest of his life. There's also the dragon clan in this small place. The blood-red man suddenly laughed strangely. Not far in front of him, there was a figure that was even larger than him lying in front of him. That body seemed to fill up the entire area visible to the naked eye. Under the sunlight, the scales on its body shone with a cold light. It was a giant dragon. The giant dragon's eyes stared at the blood-red man. You are a primordial god. Why didn't you abide by the Archean divinity world's oath and came here to slaughter innocent living beings? The giant dragon spoke slowly. Its voice was deep and filled with awe-inspiring righteousness. As it spoke, figures rushed over one after another. These experts emitted the aura of a sacred lord. After seeing the blood-red man, their eyes were filled with panic and fear. Fortunately, the giant dragon's aura calmed them down and gave them a sense of security. You also know about the Archean divinity world's oath? Ha ha ha. Why should I abide by the oath when facing weak ants like you? The blood-red man laughed maniacally and reached out to grab the giant dragon. The giant dragon instantly let out an angry roar. Unfortunately, although its aura was the strongest among the sacred lords present the moment it moved, a large part of its body was torn apart. Then it was grabbed by the blood-red man. Unknowingly, he had become even larger than the giant dragon. He was simply an indomitable god. Dragon, sovereign city. The other sacred lords instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Do you want to die or live? The blood-red man grinned. The group of sacred lords looked at each other and remained silent. Chapter 44:33. Do you want to live or die? This was definitely not a multiple-choice question. When the holy leaders saw the Dragon Emperor struggling helplessly in the hands of the blood-red man, they all chose to surrender. Unfortunately, surrendering did not bring them good luck. They were all captured alive by the blood-red man's subordinates. The blood-red army that blotted out the sky was still sweeping in all directions. Wherever they passed, it was like a swarm of locusts. All lives were terminated at that moment. When the holy leaders who were captured saw this, they could not help but be shocked. Was the enemy planning to wipe out the Earth God realm? There is no such thing as unconditional love or unconditional hate in this world. Why was the enemy treating the Earth God realm this way? Just as everyone was deep in thought, a group of knights suddenly appeared from the void in the distance. These knights were clad in black armor, and they rode on strange horses that were wrapped tightly in iron armor. The knights appeared one after another and soon formed a huge formation. They stood in the void and stared coldly at the blood-red man. The blood-red man was stunned. His subordinates also stopped what they were doing and looked at the knights with fear in their eyes. It's the Black Knights. The Earth God realm is saved. It's the Black Knights. One of the sacred lords that was captured alive exclaimed in joy. The others reacted as well, their faces filled with shock. You're the Black Knights who serve the Grim Reaper? Aren't you fighting with the empty gods in the Archean divinity? Why are you here? You're lying in ambush here? Impossible. There's no way you could have known that I would come here. The blood-red man was shocked. There was a deep sense of fear in his voice. He had lost his arrogant demeanor. Instead, he looked like a girl who had lost her head after being teased. Ning Qi was surprised. The blood-red man was definitely a cultivator of the ninth step. But what kind of existence could strike fear into a cultivator of the ninth step? He did not feel a strong aura from these knights. Although they were all at the eighth step, the difference between the eighth step and the ninth step was still huge. No matter how many of them there were, they were no match for the blood-red man. Even he had the confidence to suppress this group of knights. The knights only coldly stared at the blood-red monster, not moving at all. But after several breaths of time, they suddenly parted and a figure appeared behind them. He slowly walked to the front and sized up the blood-red monster with an indifferent expression. Howling Moon Wolf God, you can't be here. The virtual god, the blood-colored monster, stared at the figure. Ning Qi could feel the monster's body trembling. This meant that the newcomer's cultivation was definitely higher than his. How could a nihility god be his honor's opponent? He had long been killed. His honor wanted us to put on a show to see if there are any fellows like you who don't follow the rules. The newcomer said indifferently, Howling Moon Wolf God, please spare my life. I haven't committed a grave mistake yet. If you let me go, I swear that I will never set foot in this place again, said the blood-colored freak in a hoarse voice. His tone sounded like he was begging for mercy. The other sacred lords stared blankly at the imposing figure in front of the knight. Howling Moon Wolf God? They seemed to have thought of something, but at the same time they seemed to have forgotten something. Only the Dragon Emperor, who was being held by the blood-colored freak, looked at the Howling Moon Wolf God with a complicated expression. After so many years, the other party had probably made a name for himself in the Archean divinity. Otherwise, why would the blood-colored freak be so afraid of him? The Dragon Emperor thought to himself with a complicated expression. His honor has instructed us to kill anyone who dares to come here. You can go on your way. The Howling Moon Wolf God said indifferently. The blood-colored freak made a final struggle. He chose to give up on his subordinates and stepped into the void. Unfortunately, as soon as half of his body entered the void, a crescent moon-shaped blade of light flew toward him from behind. In an instant, it swept across the blood-colored freak's body. The blood-colored freak turned around slowly and looked at the Howling Moon Wolf God. His lips moved, but before he could finish a sentence, his body suddenly exploded into pieces. In an instant, God's blood poured down. Kill them all. The Howling Moon Wolf God said indifferently. The shadow cavalry behind him charged towards the blood-colored freak's subordinates without saying a word. Every time they charged, the freak's subordinates would be severely injured or killed. They let out sharp cries of fear and fled into the distance. However, their speed and strength were not a match for this group of knights. Ning Qi and the giant dragon had already broken free from the blood-colored freak's restraints. The giant dragon looked at Ning Qi thoughtfully, while Ning Qi quietly observed the situation around him. After an unknown period of time, the blood-colored freak's subordinates had finally been completely annihilated. Everywhere the crowd could see was dyed red with thick blood. Even the blue sky seemed to be covered in a layer of blood. The air was filled with a nauseating smell. Howling Moon. The giant dragon looked at the Howling Moon Wolf God and said slowly. The other party suddenly looked at Ning Qi and frowned. Your aura is a little strange. You're a holy lord, but your cultivation is thousands of times stronger than others of the same cultivation level. Which branch of the human race are you from? Thousands of times stronger? The The sacred lords and the giant dragon subconsciously looked at Ning-Chi with a strange look in their eyes. Where did this person come from? I've just arrived at the Earth God realm, Ning-Chi said after a few moments of silence. He then cupped his fists and bowed. Thank you for your help, Senior. I have some urgent matters to attend to. I'll take my leave first. With that, Ning-Chi turned and flew towards the canyon. He wanted to see if he could use his God's grace to turn back time. Chapter 44:34. Howling Moon Wolf God. Is this person really tens of thousands of times stronger than others of the same level? The Dragon Emperor looked in the direction Ning-Chi had left in. His aura is a little special. Looks like he has the right to go to the Archean divinity. The Howling Moon Wolf God said. The right to go to the Archean divinity. The Dragon Emperor and the other holy lords were shocked. There were too few people in the Earth God realm who had the right to go to the Archean divinity. Over the years, there were only about a dozen of them. To receive such an evaluation from the Howling Moon Wolf God, everyone began to doubt Ning-Chi's background. If what Ning-Chi said before he left was true, it meant that he was not a native of the Earth God realm. He had ascended from a lower realm. However, where in the lower realm could such an expert be nurtured? Could there really be someone who could cultivate to the Holy Lord level in a place devoid of spirit chi and be 1,000 times stronger than them? They did not believe it. In this way, they didn't really believe what Ning-Chi had said before he left. The other party must have been cultivating in a corner of the Earth God realm and had only appeared when the blood-colored man arrived. Dragon Emperor, the Archean divinity, is getting more and more chaotic. The number of enemies of the Lord will increase. These enemies know of the Lord's background. They can't do anything to the Lord, but will choose to come to the Earth God realm to vent their anger on you. The Lord sent me back to use the Great Sealing Divine Formation to seal the Earth God realm for 1,000,000 years. In this 1,000,000 years, you will not be able to leave and they will not be able to enter. The Howling Moon Wolf God said, Seal for 1,000,000 years? Everyone's face revealed a trace of shock. Someone asked, if that's the case, if one of us becomes an Archean god, we won't be able to go to the divine realm. That is indeed the case. However, none of you, the Howling Moon Wolf God, sized them up. None of you have the potential to become an Archean god. Although they were unhappy and dissatisfied, they did not dare to refute the Howling Moon Wolf God. I'm going to set up the Great Sealing Divine Formation. Prepare yourselves. This divine formation will not affect you. The Howling Moon Wolf God said. Yes. Ning-Chi returned to the previous canyon. His eyes flashed, and the power of divine grace in his body surged out. In the blink of an eye, the messy canyon was restored to its original state before the blood-colored monster arrived. However, the great sky-scraping starry hell, as well as Fong Lingming and the others, never showed themselves. It was as if there was some kind of power that was obstructing him. If he was not mistaken, this power must have come from the dead Crimson Man, because his cultivation was so much higher than Ning-Chi's. Everything he killed couldn't be restored. The canyon could be restored to its original state only because there was no life in the canyon. Ning-Chi gritted his teeth and erupted with the strongest reserves he had ever had. The power of God's grace suddenly increased several times. Time ticked by. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, 1 month, 2 months. Ning-Chi couldn't remember how many times he had been exhausted, but every time he would recover on the spot and try again. It was a pity no matter how hard he tried. He couldn't even use his divine grace to bring Fong Lingming and the others back. In the void far away, a pair of eyes was observing Ning-Chi's every move. However, Ning-Chi was completely unaware of it. Why is this power so similar to his honor's authority? The Howling Moon Wolf God murmured to himself. He felt that he had to bring this person back for his honor to take a look. With this thought, the Howling Moon Wolf God moved and appeared in front of Ning-Chi. It's useless. The howling moon wolf god said indifferently. Ning Qi glanced at him and smiled. Senior, do you know what I'm doing? Your power is related to time. I can smell it. As the howling moon wolf god spoke, his nose twitched as a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. If I'm not wrong, you were captured here. The people you cared about also died here. Are you planning to turn back time and bring them back? Senior, you're right. Do you have any other methods? Ning Qi smiled. Even I can't do that, let alone you. However, if his honor takes action, it will be easy. His honor is like you, he can control time. The howling moon wolf god smiled. Ning Qi immediately cupped his fists and bowed. Please enlighten me, Senior. His honor is busy dealing with those old things in the Archean divinity and has to be wary of the invasion of the fiend celestials. He doesn't have time to help you. The howling moon wolf god shook his head. I can wait until he's free. Ning Qi fell silent for a few seconds. Maybe you won't be able to wait until your lifespan is exhausted. Let me show you a way. Since you can control time, it means that your authority is related to time. As long as your cultivation level increases to a certain level, you will be able to bring the people you care about out of the timeline. In front of someone with such power, there is no longer true death in this world. The howling moon wolf god smiled. An imperceptible trace of envy flashed across the depths of his eyes. Chapter 44:35. Ning Qi was silent for a few moments before he cupped his fists. Please enlighten me, Senior. Archean divinity. The howling moon wolf god smiled. Although you haven't forged a god body yet, you will obtain the opportunity to become a god if you head to the Archean divinity world. At that time, you might be able to use your strength to bring back the dead. Archean divinity. Ning Qi's eyes flickered. He knew that the howling moon wolf god would not tell him this for nothing. The howling moon wolf god must have a purpose for coming here. Senior, please enlighten me. Ning Qi asked. The howling moon wolf god chuckled. One of the most powerful ancient gods in the Archean divinity is from the earth god realm. If he knows that there is another genius like you in the earth god realm, he will be very happy. I have returned to the earth god realm to seal this place for 1,000,000 years to prevent his enemies from finding this place. If I seal this place, even if you obtain the opportunity to become a god, it will be difficult for you to head to the Archean divinity. Because of this, I want to ask you if you are willing to go to the Archean divinity world. I can give you a ride. Thank you for your help, Senior. I am willing to head to the Archean divinity. Ning Qi cupped his fists without hesitation. The howling moon wolf god had made it clear that this place would be sealed for 1,000,000 years. Within 1,000,000 years, he would not be able to break through his limits. He could not wait that long. Back in the skyscraping astral prison, 1,000,000 years might have passed in the blink of an eye. His lifespan was also very long. However, that time might not be real. After coming to the earth god realm, Ning Qi vaguely felt that his lifespan was not as long as he thought. Not to mention 1,000,000 years, perhaps tens of thousands of years would be enough to destroy his god. All right, I still need to make some arrangements. I will come and find you in a month. The howling moon wolf god chuckled. Then he moved and disappeared in front of Ning Qi. Ning Qi had a strange look on his face. After all this time, I was just talking to a projection? However, he did not notice anything amiss throughout the entire process. It was obvious that the howling moon wolf god's strength had reached an unfathomable level. A month's time passed by quickly. During this month, the giant dragon from before found him. After chatting with Ning Qi for a while, he went straight to the point. He hoped that Ning Qi could bring one of his juniors to the Archean divinity world. Dragon Monarch, that senior was willing to bring me to the Archean divinity world, but he never said that I could bring others with me. Ning Qi shook his head with a faint smile. I can't take the risk for this. The Dragon Monarch was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, It's not someone else, but a mount. I'll make this junior your mount so that you can bring it to the Archean divinity world. My dragon clan has a long lifespan. We have a secret art that allows us to transfer our lifespan to the host. If you agree, I will let her directly transfer 50,000 years of your lifespan. You are a human, although you are a holy lord. As long as you don't become a divinity, you won't be able to live for too long. 20 to 30,000 years is your limit. 50,000 years of lifespan is equivalent to more than doubling your lifespan. Why don't you consider it carefully? Why? Ningqi smiled. The dragon monarch sighed lightly. Even though our true dragon clan is strong, there hasn't been a single true dragon who stepped into the godly state for countless years. If we don't seek for change, I'm afraid that as time passes, the true dragon clan will gradually decline. I only hope that you can bring this junior of mine to the Archean divinity world and help her find some opportunities. If she can forge a divinity body in the future, the true dragon clan will be blessed. 50,000 years of lifespan. Ningqi was indeed tempted, especially when he knew that his actual lifespan in the Earth God realm was not long. How about this? You bring her here, and I'll ask the Howling Moon Wolf God in person. If she agrees, I'll bring her along. If she doesn't, we'll forget about it. How about that? Ningqi said. The dragon monarch smiled bitterly. Let's do it this way. The true dragon clan had some conflicts with that person in the past. He wondered if that person still remembered it. If he did, then things might not go as he wished. No matter what, it was always good to give it a try. A few days later, the dragon monarch brought a little dragon over. The little dragon was only the size of Ningqi's arm, but her aura was extraordinary. She was equivalent to a fifth-step cultivator. She was born not long ago, right? Ningqi asked with a strange expression. The little dragon's big eyes flickered and were filled with curiosity. Occasionally, she would open her mouth and let out a dragon roar. That's right. She was born less than a year ago. The dragon emperor glanced at Xiaolong with a hint of emotion on his face. A dragon that's less than a year old can give me 50,000 years of lifespan? Ningqi frowned. The dragon clan is born with 100,000 years of lifespan. 50,000 years is nothing. The dragon monarch smiled faintly with a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. The true dragon clan had a prosperous providence in the Earth God realm and was the leader of all clans. Indeed, they had the right to be proud. Ningqi nodded slightly and waved his hand at the little dragon. She flew to Ningqi's arm and wrapped around it. Then she rested her head on Ningqi's shoulder and closed her eyes comfortably. Ningqi's aura was very strong. It was many times stronger than the dragon monarch's. Therefore, the little dragon felt very comfortable on his body. Time passed day by day. Runes flashed continuously in the sky above the Earth God realm. These runes were like barriers that did not dissipate. Chapter 44:36. All the elites of the Earth God realm observed the sky every day. With each passing day, the number of runes in the sky would increase. One after another, layer after layer, it was as if the entire Earth God realm was being enveloped by them. To ordinary people, this sort of phenomenon was nothing more than a show. Perhaps they would be a little afraid at the start, but when they realized that the phenomenon wouldn't affect them, their fear vanished without a trace. But to the higher-ups of the Earth God realm, especially the Holy Lords, they had mixed feelings. Their goal was to forge a god's body, enter the Archean divinity, and strive for a higher realm. But now, the Howling Moon Wolf God wanted to seal off the Earth God realm for 1,000,000 years. Even though it was for the safety of the Earth God realm and to prevent another invasion like the Crimson Monster, it also meant that they had lost the chance to forge a god's body. Countless Skyprides had worked hard to reach the Holy Lord level, only to be told that they would lose the chance to forge a god's body in the future. Dozens of days later, the runes in the sky had completely sealed off the entire Earth God realm. On this day, Ningqi saw the Howling Moon Wolf God and the thousands of Shadow Riders that exuded the aura of a Holy Lord. Individually, The killing intent emanating from these knights seemed very ordinary. However, with thousands of them gathered together, Ningqi suspected that if they joined forces, they might even be able to slaughter a god. At least, he was not confident that he could fight them head-on. Isn't this the Dragon Emperor's granddaughter? The Howling Moon Wolf God looked at the little dragon on Ningqi's shoulder and smiled. Ningqi smiled and explained the deal between him and the Dragon Emperor clearly. He gave the Howling Moon Wolf God the right to decide whether or not to proceed with the deal. It doesn't matter if I bring you along. It doesn't matter if I bring another little dragon. But the Dragon Emperor is cunning. Ask him to give you the 50,000 years of lifespan in front of me. The Howling Moon Wolf God smiled. Having said that, he looked into the sky not far away. The Dragon Emperor, who had transformed into an elder, walked out from it. Howling Moon Wolf God, how would I dare to lie about something like this? The Dragon Emperor's face was full of smiles. Now that the other party had agreed, it could be considered as giving his true dragon clan a sliver of hope to become a god. As long as they went to the primordial divinity, his youngest granddaughter would have the chance to forge a true dragon divine body. With the true dragon's divine body, the true dragon clan wouldn't have to worry about not having a chance to go to the Archean divine world. After saying that, Dragon Emperor gently tapped the little dragon, and a surge of energy immediately gushed out from the little dragon's body and entered Ningqi's body. Ningqi could feel that his origin source was constantly enriching. This power should represent his lifespan. The whole process lasted for a long time, and it only ended after a full 2 hours. Ningqi's aura was a bit stronger than before. On the other hand, the little dragon didn't show any signs of dispiritedness. It was as if she didn't know what was going on. She looked at Ningqi curiously, then at the Dragon Emperor. Only when she looked at the Howling Moon Wolf God would there be a hint of fear. Pavilion Masturbation. I haven't given her a name yet. I hope that you can give her a name when you reach the Archean divinity world. The Dragon Emperor cupped his fists towards Ningqi. Sure. Ningqi nodded slightly. Upon seeing this, the Dragon Emperor instinctively retreated to the side. The Howling Moon Wolf God smiled faintly and said, "We should be on our way." Having said that, he waved his hand, and a pitch-black tunnel appeared in the void before them. A special power gushed out from his body and enveloped Ningqi and the little dragon. He then led Ningqi and the little dragon into the tunnel and disappeared. After the Howling Moon Wolf God entered the tunnel, the Shadow Cavalry followed suit. It was only when all of them disappeared that the tunnel slowly closed. Upon seeing this, the Dragon Emperor sighed. He also wanted to head to the Archean divinity world. However, he knew that even if he went to the Archean divinity world, he would only have a very small chance of forging the divine body of a true dragon. Moreover, the Howling Moon Wolf God wouldn't even bring him to the Archean divinity world. It would be better to leave this opportunity for the younger generation of the true dragon clan. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One by one, figures dashed towards the Dragon Emperor. These people were the top holy lords of the various clans. Dragon Emperor, has that person left? Is the Earth God world really going to be sealed for 1,000,000 years? That disciple of mine has the highest chance of forging the divine body in our clan. 1,000,000 years. Sigh. In a few more years, we will turn into ashes. This 1,000,000 years will be at least 10 generations apart. No one will remember us in the future. He's gone. The Dragon Emperor nodded. Since that person has sent the Howling Moon Wolf God to seal the Earth God world for 1,000,000 years, it means that the war in the Archean divinity has come to an end. Just look at that goddess. They couldn't defeat that person and could only come to the Earth God world to vent their anger. If it wasn't for the fact that that person still remembers the Earth God world, the Earth God world would have been massacred several times. Dragon Emperor, I heard that you sent your youngest granddaughter away. One of the holy lords asked with a strange look on his face. Yes, The Dragon Emperor smiled, his eyes filled with glee. The rest of them regretted their decision. If they had known that this would happen, they would have thought of a way to get the new Holy Lord to bring the younger generation to the Archean divinity. As they were talking, the runes in the sky began to change. The Earth God world was gradually being sealed. Chapter 44:37. Ningqi followed the Howling Moon Wolf God and passed through the dark void. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Then, the scene of a great battle appeared in front of him. In the void of the universe, terrifying experts with an indomitable spirit aura were leading an army of thousands of men and horses, charging and killing each other. You will see this more often in the future. The Howling Moon Wolf God smiled. Compared to the Archean divinity, the Earth God realm is too peaceful. These are all primordial gods? Ningqi asked. Yes, the Howling Moon Wolf God sighed. The primordial gods in the battle seemed to have sensed something. They stopped what they were doing and looked at the Howling Moon Wolf God. You guys continue fighting. Don't mind us. The Howling Moon Wolf God smiled. How can we let bystanders watch from the sidelines when we fight? A fat primordial god whose entire body seemed to be made of fat said in a low, muffled voice. But the next moment, countless Black Knights walked out of the void. When he saw the attire of the Black Knights, he was stunned. Death God's Black Knights? The primordial gods had a strange look on their faces. The one with the fat head and big ears was also shocked. His face was filled with fear. Who are you calling bystanders? The Howling Moon Wolf God asked. I have eyes but failed to see. Please forgive me for not recognizing that you are the Death God's subordinates. The one with the fat head and big ears admitted defeat immediately. They were just ordinary primordial gods. There was a huge difference between them and the Death God. They did not dare to offend him. Otherwise, the annihilation of their entire race would happen overnight. Rumor had it that wherever the Death God's Black Knights passed by, nothing would grow. If they offended the Death God, they would be waiting for the Death God's Black Knights to come knocking on their door. Scram! The Howling Moon Wolf God said. Yes, the one with the fat head and big ears aura was no weaker than the blood-colored strange man. However, he could only turn around and leave, taking a large group of soldiers with him. The other primordial gods looked at one another, cupped their fists at the Howling Moon Wolf God, and left. In an instant, the great battle had ended. Ningqi was secretly shocked in his heart. The origin of this Howling Moon Wolf God must be extremely mysterious. How powerful must the existence behind him be for the Archean divinity world to be so afraid of his subordinates? There's a planet over there called Yunluo Planet. There aren't many venerables there. With your strength, you won't be doing too badly there. I hope I can see you again one day. The Howling Moon Wolf God pointed in a direction. Ningqi was slightly stunned. As if sensing his thoughts, the Howling Moon Wolf God smiled and said, You can't be thinking that I intend to recruit you, right? Thank you, Senior. I will take my leave now. Ningqi cupped his fists and left. 56-inch since you've taken a liking to him. Why don't you bring him back? One of the Black Knights spoke slowly. His current strength is still not enough. He came to the Archean divinity world because he had the opportunity to meet me. However, whether or not he could survive in the Archean divinity world and reach the level where he could stand shoulder to shoulder with me one day was still up for debate. If he died halfway, it would be useless to bring him back, even if he doesn't have providence. The Howling Moon Wolf God smiled and waved his hand. Follow me back to report. Yes. The Black Knights responded in unison and followed the Howling Moon Wolf God into the starry sky. Ningqi flew in the direction that the Howling Moon Wolf God pointed in for a few days before he saw a planet glowing faintly and getting closer. On his arm, Xiaolong was shrouded by Ningqi's aura and looked around curiously. Without Ningqi's aura, she wouldn't be able to survive in this void. As he got closer to the planet, Ningqi's figure suddenly stopped. A few figures appeared not far ahead. Halt! This is Yunluo planet. Anyone who enters this planet will have to pay 100 low-grade divine coins. The few figures looked at Ning Qi indifferently. They emitted an aura that was second only to the sacred leader. Seventh step cultivators guarding the door here. This was indeed the Archean divinity world. However, divine coins. Ning Qi didn't seem to have them. I wonder what divine coins look like. Ning Qi smiled faintly. What? You don't even know what divine coins look like? Which backwater did you come from? The few of them didn't care that Ning Qi's aura was stronger than theirs and directly mocked him. One of them suddenly stopped and looked at Xiaolong. Greed flashed in his eyes as he smiled and said, "You're right. It's fine if you don't have divine coins. Give us the item in your hand and we'll let you in." This item? Ning Qi glanced at Xiaolong and shook his head with a faint smile. "She's my demonic pet. How can I give it to others so easily? Then you don't have the qualifications to enter Yunluo planet. You're not an Archean god and can't stay in the void for too long. Also, the nearest planet isn't a place you can reach. When the time comes, you can choose to be buried in the void or give us your demonic pet and live a comfortable life on Yunluo planet. It's up to you." The other party said indifferently. Ning Qi frowned slightly. Just as he was about to speak, a battleship appeared from afar. When the few of them saw a certain symbol on the battleship, they immediately bowed, respectfully. "Is this Yunluo planet?" An old voice rang out. "Senior, this is Yunluo planet.